and status updates have slowed. Valentine's Day has passed, and this is where love tells the truth. Because love is loud on the 14th, but is tested on the 15th. There's a man who bought roses on Friday. Today, Monday, he's back in traffic, tired, late, and irritated. The question is no longer what he bought, it's how he speaks when he gets home. There's a woman who received messages, gifts, attention. Today she's back at work, under pressure and overlooked. Love now looks like patience with herself when no one is applauding. There's a friend who showed up for dinner and pictures. Today someone needs a phone call, a follow-up, a check-in, no camera, no caption. This is where love separates itself from performance. Because love is not a date on the calendar. It's a posture you carry into ordinary days. Love is how you treat people when there's nothing to celebrate. Love is how you listen when you're tired. Love is how you forgive when pride tells you not to. The Valentine's Day is about expression. The days after are about consistency. And the strongest love is not dramatic. It is dependable. So as this new week begins, here's our charge. Carry love into the very mundane things, into the emails, into the traffic, into the conversations that don't come with emojis. Because flowers will fade, but how you made people feel on an ordinary Monday, that lasts forever. That's our message of motivation this morning, leaving us and ushering us into the 6 a.m. news, like I mentioned, with Enyunam Haliga. The rest of the team are on standby to come through right after the 6 a.m. news and the business news. And stay with us. This is a
Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com.
It's 6 a.m. Good morning. Welcome to the morning news here on 3FM 92.7. We also coming to you live on KESME 107.1 FM and also streaming live on Facebook at 3FM. Coming up this morning, Ghanaian tomato traders allegedly killed in Islamic militant attack at the Burkina Faso-Ghana border. Also, Health Ministers Committee meets today over no-bed syndrome following the death of a hit-and-run victim.
Already, I have initiated a process of investigation and any recommendations that comes out of it.
And much later in this bulletin, African Union gives its full backing to President John Dramani Mahama to table a UN motion over Atlantic slave trade.
the whole process of demanding reparations and asking that slavery is considered as a crime against humanity, it is a collective effort.
I am Enyunam Haliga. We'll bring you details of these and other stories. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now, to our first story, the government of Ghana says it has received disturbing information from the Burkina Faso of a truck carrying tomato traders from Ghana, which was caught in a terrorist attack in Burkina Faso on Saturday, February 14, 2026. Now, a statement released last night indicates that the Ghana embassy in Burkina Faso is liaising with the officials of the Burkina Faso to visit the attack site for details and identification of Ghanaians caught in the attack. The traders, mainly tomato sellers, were traveling through the town of Titao, where their trucks came under attack from Islamic militant operating in the northern side of the country. Now, circumstances surrounding the incident, including possible casualties and injuries, are yet to be officially confirmed. Multiple reports indicates that the men were allegedly killed and the women were spared. Now, we'll be following this and bring updates in our subsequent bulletin. But moving on, Labour expert Austin Gummy has urged Human Resource Department and government offices to ensure a regular update of employee records to prevent workers from being denied payment. His comments comes after the Controller and Accountant General's Department threatened to suspend salaries of any public sector employee who does not verify their Ghana card details on the newly introduced e-payslip platform by March 15, 2026. Now, take a listen to Labour expert who puts the blame on the Human Resource Department.
Well, I'm expecting in this 21st century and technological advancement for every HR head to have a dashboard that has detailed information about all workers, and as soon as you come to your office, there should be some beeping to show that somebody's retirement is due, somebody is on leave and will not be returning, somebody has resigned, so that at the end of the month, when payroll is submitted to you, you can confidently sign because you have information showing clearly that these people are no longer in the employ of the employer. But
and that was Labour expert Austin Gummy there. Now, a formal meeting is expected anytime this week between the Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Samuel Nati George, and the Ambassador for Russian Republic over a viral video of a Russian national who allegedly recorded secret filming of sexual activities with some Ghanaian women. The minister has vowed to trigger an extradition process against the Russian national who has since left the jurisdiction of Ghana.
Now, you don't just record it, but you go and post it on a website for financial gain. That gentleman will be looked for. We will activate every resource in our disposal, working with Interpol. The way we've worked with Interpol to extradite Ghanaians to other jurisdictions, we will request the Russian authorities, and that's why I've invited a Russian ambassador, to work with our law enforcement. We want the gentleman to come to Ghana, to be brought back to Ghana, extradited to Ghana, for him to face the rigors of our law. Ghanaian citizens, irrespective of their decision-making, will be protected by their government.
That was the Minister for Communications and Digitalization, Samuel Nati George. Now, away from that, the president of the License Cocoa Buyers Association, Samuel Adumako, has confirmed that some cocoa farmers have started receiving and paid cocoa monies from the government. Government owes cocoa farmers in excess of $185 million, but the finance minister promised prompt payment to the farmers. Take a listen to Samuel Adumako.
Last week we had a press conference. There has been engagement. Farmers are being paid. Our money is being paid. See, there was a farmer called in that he has received his money. It's not the entire farmers that have not been paid. So there's transfer going on. And this is what has brought us here, that we need to reform. We need to go back to look at our cocoa sector. Now, when you look at 2023, 2026. I would like you to zoom in. When you look at it, now you could see that there is a problem. The farmer is dropping to almost 21% of the terminal price. This is what we've done to our cocoa farmers for 20 years.
Meanwhile, NDC's national chairman Johnson Asiedu Nketia is accusing the NPP of instigating cocoa farmers to embark on a protest. He argues this move is a result of fears of possible persecution due to government's decision to thoroughly investigate the management of cocoa board during the NPP's tenure. He was speaking in the central region.
I say, Sikanwa, Nanka say, 300 and
the money meant for cocoa purchase, which was diverted, will be investigated. If you see that they are serious about leading farmers to protest, it's because they are scared of the investigation set to take place.
3FM 92.7.
As for us, we are transparent. So when it's tough, we explain. When it's easy to, we will all benefit. Don't be deceived, and don't let people encourage you to be angry with the government. Ask them to explain what they would have done if the MPP was in power.
That was NDC's national chairman, Johnson Asiedu Nketia. Now, some health stories. The health minister, Kwabena Minta Akando, will chair investigations into how a hit-and-run victim was refused emergency care by the Accra Regional Hospital, the police hospital and the Kolebu Teaching Hospital for close to 3 hours before he died. The committee tasked to identify the circumstances leading to the 29-year-old gentleman who died hours after he was knocked down by a vehicle on the Kwame Nkrumah overpass.
Let me express my condolence to the bereaved family. My attention has been drawn to this incident, and already I have initiated a process of investigation, and any recommendations that comes out of it will be implemented to find lasting solution to this particular canker in our system. And so I instructed one of our directors to start the processes of establishing what we call a call center, where we have visibility on all hospital beds, and the call center will be directing patients as and where there is a vacancy. And so it's one of the things we are looking at, among other things.
And that was the Health Minister, Kwabena Minta Akando. And finally, before we go, the African Union has thrown its weight behind President John Dramani Mahama to seek repatriation for Africans over the slave trade. President Mahama will table the matter at the United Nations General Assembly.
92.7.
Of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, said the union will support the move. He made the comments at the just-ended summit in Addis Ababa.
Excellency President John Mahama, I think that if Ghana decided to go to the UN Security Council, it is with the mandate of the African Union and with the support of the 55 countries. And without that support, and the support of the A3 plus is the non-permanent members of the African countries in the Security Council. And I think that the whole process of demanding reparations and asking that slavery is and was considered as a crime against humanity, it is a collective effort.
That brings us to the end of the first half of this morning's bulletin. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Malika. Business News is right up.
Follow us on social media, Twitter at 3FM927, Facebook at 3FM927, and also on 3news.com.
Welcome to the Business News on Sunrise 3FM 92.7. Coming up this morning, Chamber of Oil Marketing Company projects fuel prices to rise by 1.9% and 3.3% starting today. Also, Automobile Dealers Union of Ghana slashes car prices by 15% to stay in competition as the city stabilizes and the COVID-19 levy ends.
Somebody somewhere is on this. When the government comes down again, we are automatically going to reduce the prices of the cars. We promote something different for all of us.
In March later, investor appetite soars as Treasury bill yields tumble amid 253% oversubscription. I am Enyuna Maliga. I'll bring you details of these and other stories. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now to a first story. Guinean motorists and businesses should prepare for a slight bump at the pumps today, Monday, February 16, 2026. This marks the second upward adjustment in petroleum prices this year, driven by a combination of a weak local currency and a surge in global oil benchmarks. According to latest outlook reports from the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, prices across all major products are expected to climb between 1.9% and 3.3%. There's more in the following 3 Business report.
According to the report by COMAC, petrol is expected to increase by up to 1.97%, pushing the pump price to about 11 cedis 97 pesos per litre. Diesel could go up by 2.73% to around 13 cedis 9 pesos per litre, while liquefied petroleum gas may rise by 3.26% to approximately 13 cedis 93 pesos per kilogram. The projected hikes are largely driven by the depreciation of the Ghana cedi and rising global crude oil prices. Data from the Bank of Ghana showed the cedi weakened by about 4% against the US dollar in January, with some commercial bank data putting the depreciation slightly higher. International crude oil prices have surged by more than 5%, trading close to $70 per barrel, while finished petroleum products have also recorded notable increases. However, COMAC says an oversupply of refined products on the local market could moderate the hikes, leading to only marginal increases at the pumps. Some oil marketing companies may even delay adjustment as they monitor competition. Meanwhile, operators have been reminded to strictly comply with the National Petroleum Authority prices floor to ensure stability and protect consumers. For motorists and households, the impact may be modest, but final pump prices will depend on how oil marketing companies respond in the coming days.
That was a 3 Business News Desk report on COMAC projecting fuel prices to rise between 1.9% and 3.3% starting today. Now, away from that, in a move to set and provide significant financial relief to motorists, the Automobile Dealers Association of Ghana has announced an immediate 15% reduction in vehicle prices across the country. The price cut, which is effective immediately, follows the recent stabilization of the cedi against major international currencies and the official removal of the COVID-19 health recovery levy. General Secretary of the Vehicles and Asset Dealers Association of Ghana, Clifford Anusu, noted that the adjustment is also a strategic move to keep local dealers competitive.
At the time, the dollar was 170,000 cedis per $10,000. We were selling Toyota bid, for example, 100,000 Ghana cedis. Today, the dollar has come to 11 something, almost 12. So if you have 120,000, you can get $10,000. So why don't you sit down and make this calculation and do the reduction as you've done? So 15% of 100,000 is 150. It means that the car that was sold at the time 100,000 is now being sold 85,000. Because if you don't reduce yours, somebody somewhere may reduce his or hers. Nowadays, people buy online. The same car is cheaper here and not like the other one. You definitely not be getting the customers. And that is the reason. When the dollar comes down again, we are automatically going to reduce the prices of the cars. Because that is what may promote something favorable for all of us. The Chinese are now bringing a lot of cars. And a lot of people also are buying from Europe and America. So you just also look at yours and then calculate and then get out of the best. And this is what we are doing. So we have to do that so that the competition will be equal. Nobody will take advantage of any other person.
You heard the General Secretary of the Vehicles and Asset Dealers Association of Ghana, Clifford Ansu, there. Now, Government of Ghana's latest Treasury bill auction has recorded its 7th consecutive oversubscription of the year, signaling robust investor appetite despite the state's decision to exercise significant restraint in debt intake. During last Friday's auction, investors oversubscribed government's target of 6.41 billion cedis by 253.40%.
Despite the massive influx of cheap liquidity, government maintained a disciplined borrowing stance. It accepted only 8.99 billion cedis of total bids across the 91, 182 and 364-day tenors, rejecting over 13 billion cedis, despite investors swarming the market with offers reaching 22.670 billion cedis. Government accepted roughly 40% of the total bids offered, but still significantly higher than its initial target of 6.415 billion cedis. This strategy appears to be working as yields across all tenors saw a downward trend. For the 91-day bill, the shorter-term instrument attracted bids worth 7.640 billion cedis, while government accepted 3.414 billion cedis at a yield of 8.61%. The 182-day bill saw investors offering 7.266 billion cedis, of which government took only 2.088 billion cedis at an interest rate of 10.68%. The one-year paper 364-day bill saw bids totaling 7.762 billion cedis, while government accepting 3.489 billion cedis at a yield of 9.96%. What the market offered represents 353.40% subscription rate and 253.40% oversubscription rate. The persistent oversubscription indicates that investors still view government bills as a safe haven. By rejecting a large portion of these bids, government is signaling fiscal discipline and a refusal to overborrow. This high market liquidity, coupled with government's capped intake, could push interest rates even lower in the coming weeks.
That was a 3 Business News Desk report on investor appetite soaring as Treasury bill yields tumble amid 253% oversubscription. Finally, before we go, let's take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange markets, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis. It recorded no change. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis, 1 pesewa. It's gained 2 pesewas. The euro is selling at 13 cedis, 5 pesewas. It's also recorded no change. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $67.75 per barrel. Gold is trading at $5,042.04 per ounce, up by $119.85. Cocoa is trading at $3,673 per ton, down by $51.
That was an update from the Forex and Commodities markets. Now we offer business news here on 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our websites at 3news.com. I am Enyonam Haliga. Sunrise continues.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM.
3 FM Sunrise. 3 FM Morning Show. 3 FM 92.7. 3 FM, your urban lifestyle radio. 3 FM Sunrise. 3 FM Morning Show. 3 FM 92.7. 3 FM Sunrise. 3 FM Morning Show. 3 FM 92.7. 3 FM, your urban lifestyle radio. 3 FM Sunrise. 3 FM Morning Show. 3 FM 92.7.
3 FM Sunrise.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbit for your at-work listening pleasure.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up! Come into the mountains, sight and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names.
Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, Lego.
We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. The calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm, it rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversations, and the freshest hits. Hop in, take a ride. Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains, sight and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names.
Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, Lego.
We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. The calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm, it rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversations, and the freshest hits. Hop in, take a ride. Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
For those of us who received flowers, they will begin to wilt, right? Chocolates are half finished. Some of us finished ours from the weekend. And status updates have slowed. Valentine's Day has passed. And this is where love tells the truth. Because love is loud on the 14th, but is tested on the 15th. There's a man who bought roses on Friday. Today, Monday, he's back in traffic, tired, late, and irritated. The question is no longer what he bought, it's how he speaks when he gets home. There's a woman who received messages, gifts, attention. Today she's back at work, under pressure and overlooked. Love now looks like patience with herself when no one is applauding. There's a friend who showed up for dinner and pictures. Today someone needs a phone call, a follow-up, a check-in, no camera, no caption. This is where love separates itself from performance. Because love is not a date on the calendar. It's a posture you carry into ordinary days. Love is how you treat people when there's nothing to celebrate. Love is how you listen when you're tired. Love is how you forgive when pride tells you not to. The Valentine's Day is about expression. The days after are about consistency. And the strongest love is not dramatic. It is dependable. So as this new week begins, here's our charge. Carry love into the very mundane things, into the emails, into the traffic, into the conversations that don't come with emojis. Because flowers will fade, but how you made people feel on an ordinary Monday, that lasts forever. That's our message of motivation this morning, leaving us and ushering us into the 6 a.m. news, like I mentioned, with Enyunam Hadiga. The rest of the team are on standby to come through right after the 6 a.m. news and the business news. And stay with us. This is a 3FM Sunrise.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbit for your at-work listening pleasure.
Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains, sight I and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite stars, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names.
Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, Lego.
We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. The calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm. It rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration. This is the takeover. This is Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. Driving you home with good vibes, good conversations, and the freshest heads. Hop in, take a ride. Trigmatic on 3FM Drive. 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Ready? For those of us who received flowers, they will begin to wilt, right? Chocolates are half finished. Some of us finished ours from the weekend. And status updates have slowed. Valentine's Day has passed, and this is where love tells the truth. Because love is loud on the 14th, but is tested on the 15th. There's a man who bought roses on Friday. Today, Monday, he's back in traffic, tired, late, and irritated. The question is no longer what he bought, it's how he speaks when he gets home. There's a woman who received messages, gifts, attention. Today, she's back at work, under pressure, and overlooked. Love now looks like patience with herself when no one is applauding. There's a friend who showed up for dinner and pictures. Today, someone needs a phone call, a follow-up, a check-in, no camera, no caption. This is where love separates itself from performance. Because love is not a date on the calendar. It's a posture you carry into ordinary days. Love is how you treat people when there's nothing to celebrate. Love is how you listen when you're tired. Love is how you forgive when pride tells you not to. The Valentine's Day is about expression. The days after are about consistency. And the strongest love is not dramatic. Dismantle alleged cybercrime ring in Pokuase. That's also on the New Independent. On the back page, they talk sports a bit. I want to keep his fearlessness. Birmingham head coach on Ibrahim Osman's debut goal, and Black Stars Fatau Ishaku scores 7th league goal in stunning fashion. He scores a lot of bangers, I'll be very honest with you, in terms of his goal catalogue. The Today newspaper, Tamale residents desperate as water crisis peak, and Sawamakra Road erupts in flames as tanker explosion kills 4, several others injured. AU elects Mahama as first vice chair. Court stops SSA UOG strike. That's Senior Staff Association Universities of Ghana. Their strike has been, the court have put brakes on them, right? Also here, the Republic Press, 4 die in horror crash as fuel tanker explodes. Ghana hunts for rogue Russian sex tourist. Government confirms terrorist attack on Ghanaian tomato traders in Burkina Faso. Bagman calls on executive to release land for new Parliament House. Minority calls for arrest of NDC member who invaded Tema Central NHIS office, and Interpol permanently deletes red notice against Ken Ofori Atta. It's one of the stories I've been trickling in from Friday, so making quite the airwaves. The Custodian, cocoa farmers in tears over NDC's massive betrayal. That story on page 3. Police foil organized cybercrime at Def Traco Estates. 2 nabbed, 10 victims rescued. Lily Mohammed is best TV female newscaster. NPP holds Thanksgiving service after presidential primary. APN pushes for visa free Africa at AU summit. Those are the details we have here. There's one funeral that's been running through a number of the papers. Perhaps I'll take time to get into that. The news center, cocoa farmers fume, weep. Anger boils as they demand price cut reversal or Ekufuado price restoration. Story on page 2. MTN Carbon collects 7,020 pints of blood in Save a Life drive. Ghana to end raw mineral exports by 2030, according to President Mahama. Ace Nkrumah's strategic solutions to cocoa crisis. And Gaiety warns of political risk in government takeover of Damang mines. On the back page, a bit more in terms of stories in relation to MTN. We'll move on. The Ghanaian Point, it's one of the new ones. Lodina Dramani Mahama pledges expanded health education drive at Oflad Assembly. I think that will be for Office of First Ladies, I suspect. Let's forgive each other and move on united. Baumia tells NPP. We're hearing a bit more from him from that Thanksgiving yesterday. The minority leader, amongst other individuals, speaking from there. We'll hear just bits and pieces of that as well from yesterday. As an entire catalogue of individuals who spoke. I'll bring you that. We must end dollar dependence in intra-Africa trade. That's according to President Mahama. Cocoa farmers want their money, pay them. Happen your marking to government. He was speaking yesterday at that event. And government confirms terrorist attack on Ghanaian tomato traders in Burkina Faso. The Daily Democrat, MIF CEO champions de-risking and collaboration at Africa Mining in Diba 2026. The Bays emerges as third force in Ghana politics. Hey, never heard of them. The Bays. Which page is this one? Let me see if I can get details of it and see if we can make head or tail of the Bays as a new force in Ghana's politics. Searching. Haruna Idrisu discharged, recovering well. It's inside the paper, but it's not on the front page. Let's see if I can get details. So, a new political movement, the Bays, has officially entered Ghana's political space with a bold declaration to challenge the long-standing dominance of the two major parties and offer what its founders describe as a genuine alternative for national renewal. And the movement was formally unveiled at a press conference in Accra on Tuesday, where its leadership outlined the motivations behind it. Addressing the media, Nana Opokwa Jiman, Deputy Secretary of the Bays, said Ghana's democratic experiment under the Fourth Republic has for more than 3 decades been controlled by... All right, so that's latest as well. On the front pages, women issues are development issues. That's according to the president. Africa must act now. President Mahama, you must speak with one voice on reparatory justice. President Mahama again. And Katamanso Ajinwe family declares a Futiagbo installation invalid. I like to skip it off for chieftaincy matters. The exclusive is another of the new ones I'm having to read to you this morning. MIF CEO pushes the risk mining finance. The Bays declares political reset. Opariado rolls out apprenticeship tools. Haruna Idrisu Sukparu stable after crash, and Greater Accra begins poultry jobs program. Police nab suspect in Zebila murder. That was also here. And then finally, I have the Business and Financial Times for you as well. MIF CEO champions de-risking and collaboration at mining in Daba 2026. AGI demands protection for local manufacturers, says unfair competition could derail its success. Finance Ministry backs GISP SECO SME drive. Cost consumer preference put rise imports high. SWIG Chief Executive leads landmark visit to Ghana and sharing the value of gold in Ghana. On the back page, lift export bans to ease food glut and protect farmers' incomes. Dr. Gideon Bako, Erica Fo heads team at ECOWAS financial talks. Those are the details on the front pages of the Business and Financial Times. Let me take you to the UPSA from yesterday, where the Vice President, Dr. Baumia, shared quite the speech during his Thanksgiving event yesterday. I'll take you there and then I'll return for a bit more in terms of the newspapers.
Thank you very, very much. Eminent clergy.
92.7.
national executives, chairmen and members of the Council of Elders, minority leaders, members of Parliament, the former Chief of Staff, the former presidential aspirants, former members of Parliament, and former ministers of state and former government appointees, regional and constituency executives, executives of our external branches, our former parliamentary candidates, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, our TESCON patrons and executives of TESCON have been successful. That is why the Bible tells us in the book of Thessalonians that for all things give thanks to God. Praise be to his name. We are indeed thankful. Today's Thanksgiving service is not a celebration of personal ambition. It is, for me, a moment to join you all in reflection, prayer, and a recommitment to a higher cause, the cause of contributing to the building of a nation that is truly great and strong. We have been through a grueling election cycle, one that has the potential to have caused wounds and strained relationships. Elections can leave scars that may not show on the surface, but can sometimes cut deep. Jesus taught us in Matthew 5:39 to 44 that when we are falsely accused, our response should reflect patience, truth, love, and trust in God rather than retaliation. This teaching, part of the Sermon on the Mount, emphasizes no revenge, no returning insults for insult, and responding with unexpected grace. I am strengthened and inspired by Psalm 23, verses 118 to 22, which tells us that the stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. And that is why on this day, as we celebrate and give thanks together, I want to ask all of us from the bottom of my heart to forgive each other for some of the unpalatable things we may have said against one another during this election cycle. I have been encouraged by the efforts I have seen many of you make to reach out to your brothers and sisters after the election. And though I know the exercise of healing isn't completed yet, I believe we have started well, and I commend all patriots for the steps taken so far. I would like to, at this juncture, also thank all church leaders, including all charismatic church leaders, for their support, advice, and constant prayers that contributed significantly to the peace and success of the contest. We are encouraged by the knowledge that going forward, we can continue to count on their constant prayers. What is left of healing and uniting will come by acknowledging where each went too far telling ourselves the truth, and still choosing to walk together. Healing will not come from silence. It will come from speaking up on what binds us together and working towards it. As a family, we have more that binds us together than what we differ on. What we have to do is to deepen our concentration on what we have in common and put less emphasis on what we differ on. The road ahead will demand discipline, sacrifice, and hard work. Victory in 2028 will not be gifted to us. It must be earned, constituency by constituency, household by household, with humility and purpose. In the coming weeks and months, we shall embark on a thank you tour to properly acknowledge the hard work and comportment that have been displayed by party members nationwide through this period. We are also getting to work quickly to reorganize the party's policy structures, to fine-tune and market our alternative policy proposals to the good people of Ghana in the shortest possible time. While at that, the reorganization of our party structures will continue in earnest to give the stronger and well-motivated machinery required for election 2028. Let us put behind personal grudges, internal suspicions, and factional lines. Let us rebuild trust among ourselves. Let us return to the values that built this party: service, competence, and respect for institutions, and belief in the Ghanaian people. This is the beginning of our journey to win back the trust and love of the Ghanaian people. Our nation requires the best efforts that each of us can put up. It requires that we all give the best of our ideas, our sweat, and our sacrifice to build the nation our forebears envisioned. In my personal experience, I have learned that if you do not focus on how people opposed to you have offended you, you will be able to build an environment where everyone eventually brings their best to help in achieving the bigger goal. That is why I would like to use this sacred moment to appeal respectfully and firmly to the government of the day. Ghana has been through a lot. Our people are still under lots of pressure. This is not the time for retribution, intimidation, or the settling of political scores. It is the time to lower the temperature, heal the nation, and govern in a way that reassures every Ghanaian that they are safe, respected, and valued, regardless of how they voted. Ghana is bigger than any political party. Our democracy must never be reduced to vengeance. There is work to be done, serious work. The kind of work that requires patience, listening, learning, and showing up even when the applause is absent. The kind of work that places the country before comfort and duty before ego. I pledge my full commitment to this task, not alone, but together with you, together with every committed party member, every volunteer, every youth organizer, every woman's leader, every elder who still believes that Ghana can be better than what we see today.
3FM Sunrise.
Let us leave this place renewed, focused, and determined. May God heal our party. May God heal our nation. And may God grant us the wisdom and strength to serve Ghana with integrity, courage, and love.
3FM
Thank you, and may God bless you all, and God bless our home.
3FM Sunrise.
PSC auditorium. Then we'll switch quickly, all right? Because the General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Fiavikwete, has been speaking as well in an exclusive with us on quite a number of issues. I'll bring you quick excerpts of that as well. And here's a minority leader as well speak during that Thanksgiving service yesterday from the NPP at the UPSA.
Cocoa farmer bia ekweni bia lucy 10 million per bag. Eno ni asemo ayeka. Into wiki minority for parliament ebeye putu. Cocoa farmers or musika no ombetua. Me we no so a MPP for Asia, Mr. Colleagues, they will try and divide us and come with all manner of arrest every now and then. When their back is against the wall, they will come out with arrest. Please, we are a politician, na ye chiwa and ye bone. Yenjina pinting chair Dr. Baumiechi and win power 2028. Don't let them intimidate you with arrest. Now, the third reading. Gokrudu, the third reading. A reading from the book of John, chapter 17, 20 to 26.
FM Sunrise.
Kemeni Amano on. Let's just listen in on that vote buying segment and why the party felt a need. And if you haven't had breakfast, you should be seeing Corey munch on some bread this morning. It will leave you with a wet appetite. But anyways, here's Fifi Fiavikwete speaking to why the NDC had cause to set up a committee to investigate matters of vote buying, and why that committee's work has been expanded to look at all other candidates and what solutions they are going to be seeking to receive from the committee.
It's not because at that time others didn't have to. In fact, at the time you on the Congress Day, you get people telling, "Oh, won't you give us anything? We'll vote for you." I couldn't care. Went ahead and did that. But I can tell you that between then and now, it's become absolutely worse across. So we felt something needed to be done about it. Sometime in before 2016. The party took a decision which decision actually brought a solution to this.
Okay.
And that decision was simply to have a delegate system that was much more universal. So I can tell you that I ran then as a member of parliament when I was doing my primaries for elections 2016. My primaries, I didn't give one dime to anybody. Why? Because the delegates were so massive that you didn't have to. You couldn't even give money to anybody, even if you wanted to, because there were simply too many. And that decision, I think, was a solution. But sadly, what happens is this: when you lose an election, people look for all kinds of reasons why you lost. And people with vested interests who wanted this delegate system to come back, money to convince leaders of the party at the time that no, the taking away of the delegate system was the reason why we lost. I still believe that was an absolute fabrication and a lie. And somehow the party caved into that, maybe because we're in opposition. And I would think that decision of the party to cave in and allow this delegate system to come back is the reason why it has now gained even far more momentum. So the also East thing gave us what I call a golden opportunity to want to start the process towards resolving this once and for all. We were handicapped because the primaries happened on a Saturday. We needed to present a candidate on Wednesday. FEC was going to be meeting on Tuesday. And so even though we tried to make an intervention by getting a committee quickly in place to go into the issue, and we found out clearly that there were very inappropriate conduct on the part of virtually everybody. It was impossible to be able to do anything because one, constitutionally we couldn't nullify the election. Two, the time was too short to be able to bring another candidate. So we had to allow.
So let's look at those. Let's look at those two issues.
Yeah.
The fact that constitutionally you couldn't do anything about it.
You couldn't nullify it.
You couldn't.
Even though the committee recommended nullification.
Nullification. That's correct.
That was the best decision, and we agreed that should have been. But clearly, it was difficult
The party couldn't nullify the election, but the Electoral Commission could.
Yeah, but the Electoral Commission didn't have a case because nothing like that happened in front of them. In the conduct of the election proper, that happened within a certain principle. There's no gift sharing, no bribe taking. So there's no such thing that happened in front of the Electoral Commission.
But if your committee had presented your evidence to the Electoral Commission, then perhaps they would have case for that.
This is our party preference. It doesn't belong to the Electoral Commission. What decision we are taking how to do how to sanitize our party. That's not the business of the Electoral Commission. If they had evidence, they have to pursue their own evidence. So it was difficult for us. But then again, if we told the Electoral Commission to nullify our election, how are they going to ensure that we get another candidate? How are the Electoral going to, because they were not going to change their timetable because of that. So we end up in a situation where we have no candidate, and clearly this is our seat. We are not going to just allow MPP to come and take our seat by default. No way. We're going to do that, especially a party is of that. At least they even don't have even the, should I call it, They just did their presidential, shall I call it, primaries, and there was massive vote buying. But they've not even had a conscience to even initiate a move like we have done to acknowledge that this is a problem, to want to take steps towards the resolution of it. And allow a party like that to actually benefit from our decision. That was totally.
But there was massive vote buying in their presidential primary.
Big time.
Because we didn't report on that.
Maybe you and the delegate themselves spoke largely, got angry about some of the people who didn't give them the money that they were expecting and so on. Really, are you a stranger? I mean, you can't tell me you're the only stranger in Accra. I mean, everybody does know exactly what.
Well, I've got to ask what the basis for that is, and back to the issue of Ayawaso East, right? Another interpretation of that will be that the NDC could not uphold the rule of law, and what you did was to pick your seat over the law.
Over which law?
Over the law that if the committee had found that indeed there was voter inducement, then somebody or some people had broken the law. But you decided that irrespective of it, because we do not have time, let's present a candidate. So you pick the seat over upholding the law.
It's not as simple as that. Okay. Because don't forget, I always explained to you that we're talking about something that really is a very pervasive practice. There's no member that is in parliament today who will tell you that they do not have to engage in this same practice in their primaries. There's no one. I'm a politician and I know. And they also know. And it's not only that. Even the political parties themselves, in the conduct of sometimes our elections, we are compelled to resort to some of this. Why? Because that is what the society has accepted now. So people literally tell you that if you don't do this, you are not going to vote. So somehow I'm telling you that it's a society-wide issue and therefore must be approached from that bigger perspective.
Right.
Two, if we want to resolve this issue, the best way to do it is to look for comprehensive solution.
Right.
So simply scapegoating one or two individuals doesn't resolve the issue.
But someone would say that you missed the opportunity to do that, to be different.
Not at all. Okay. In the first place, don't forget, Baba Jamal as an individual won, absolutely had some penalty. The fact that his appointment had been terminated by the president, that's right. The party recommended also that other people who took part in the primaries, who have government positions, whether on board or CEO positions, should also be recalled. So the party has not actually allowed them to get away. Then the party now has been made a recommendation that we should have a 7-member committee that goes into a comprehensive proposal as to how we can resolve the issue. So clearly, opportunity is not lost at all. And what is worth doing is worth doing well. Because as I told you, it's a problem that has been here for decades. It's not just happening yesterday or 2 days ago. So if you want to tackle it, you must tackle it properly. You don't tackle it by using tokenism or simply trying to make people feel happy. When you do that, you behave like MPP that came across shouting all kinds of slogans, and at the end of the day, they left the country in total devastation because they were much more interested in the PR rather than solving the problem properly. We are interested in comprehensive reform that would absolutely deal a death blow to this problem once and for all. It's not just the PR we want to do it properly, because what is worth doing must be done well.
Do you think that you have achieved that comprehensive resolution?
Yeah, that's what I just told you. That first and foremost, this is giving us a golden opportunity to go into that once and for all. I can tell you that if without this happening, if we set those rules in place, our own people will tell you, why are you trying to disturb the system? This system is okay. It's been on for years. Allow it to go. Now, none of them can give us that excuse. My delegates can no more come and tell me, no, allow it to go. This is our cocoa season. This is the only opportunity we get. We also get something. Now they can't tell me that because the whole country has seen exactly what's happening. We have made a decision that we need to come to terms with this reality and stop it once and for all. So even those of them who may not be happy about the fact that it's about to go, they need to appreciate therefore that the moment is here. It's a golden opportunity that's coming. Therefore, we must take the opportunity now.
As we speak, do you know if the executive is taking your recommendations to remove those who are on boards?
Actually, I think it shouldn't be a problem because the president has been duly informed, and so I think that process shouldn't be a difficult process at all.
I see. Away from voter inducement, another issue that characterized the exercise is that there was the perception that there was, or Hadi Amina McNaza was the establishment candidate. Did the NDC have her as a candidate of choice?
That's the first time I'm hearing that, because I can tell you that if she were the establishment candidate, then when she made a request to us that we should allow her to have a virtual vetting, would have granted that. We told her plainly that it's not happening, that she has to appear like everybody. We are not going to grant an exemption. So as a party, you can clearly see that no favorites. So I'm surprised to hear. I've heard a bit of that establishment candidate. I don't know where that is coming from.
Well,
individuals could have their preferences, and that's okay. I mean, you can have different people. Somebody might want Jamal, another person may not want Jamal. Somebody may want her, somebody may want her. So different people will have that. I don't. As far as NDC leadership is concerned, I didn't think of anyone having any clear advantage at all.
I mean, the perception is that Baba Jamal, politically speaking, has been problematic for the NDC from his days in Akwetia, back in Ayawaso East, and then today. And so you preferred a less problematic candidate for Ayawaso East. Given the backdrop also that the majority leadership decided to go and donate to Hadi Amina. And so it gave the impression that she was the clear favorite.
I'm not sure about the majority leadership as a whole. I think individuals, and those individuals, I'm sure, portrayed that they were representing a majority as a whole. I mean, that's as I told you, people have their preferences. So sometimes they can try and skew their preferences to appear as if it belongs to, they represented the whole. Because, for example, speaking to some of the key leaders, like, for example, the majority leader, the chief whip, they clearly didn't even know anything about this particular donation. So obviously, that donation must have been orchestrated by a few individuals who clearly created an impression that they were representing the whole majority. I don't think that was the case. But I mean, she lost her husband, so you have people who naturally will have that kind of sympathy. But as I told you, at party level, there was no such. We took our decision purely based on what ought to be. She requested for a virtual vetting. We told her, no, it's not happening. Appear. Because if you give a virtual vetting, are you going to have a virtual campaign when MPP and you are running? So we say, no way, it's not happening. So that tells you that as far as you're concerned, no favoritism, no.
In what ways did Ayawaso East test the NDC?
As I told you, it gave us an opportunity to deal with a problem that many of us have been trying to find a solution to a long time ago. I can tell you that I never understood why we moved away from that broader, shall I call it, that broader, much more universal delegacy. I never understood it. I totally disagreed, with the party, succumbing to the pressure. If I'm happy, my predecessor, Asiedun Ketia, Gina Mosquito, also was pretty much interested in making sure that expanded system continue. He was in a minority, so other people overruled, and so therefore we had to cave in. So this is a beautiful opportunity that has been granted not just to the NDC, but to be able to send a clear message to the rest of Ghana. The NDC is really in the process of changing things that can help us to do it better.
If the party was scoring itself on the organization of that contest, what would you score?
What you mean, the contest in what way?
The organization of the primary.
The contest itself was very well done. If you check, it's one of the best primaries we've ever had. Very peaceful. There was no incident. But if you're talking in terms of the inappropriate conduct, well, I would like to score it differently, because it's the same thing that has been happening for ages. And I'm never one that is a hypocrite at all. I mean, I have seen it done across different levels, so I don't see why I should come and say that what's happening now also is particularly different from what has happened in so many other places. So I would say that the conduct itself has been well done. The party organized it very well. Individuals did exactly what different individuals at different levels of the party and other parties have done, which we must condemn and try to move away from.
1 year of the NDC in office, let's look at some issues that have come up. At the party level, very recently, you made announcement of some changes to be seen. One of those which many found controversial was what you felt or what you explained, that people should not have executive or administrative roles and then still have roles in the party. What is the thinking behind that?
All right. First and foremost, let's make it clear. These are decisions that have been taken by the National Executive Committee of the party. So it's a collective decision. Often, when you're as General Secretary, you speak to this issue, people tend to think that it is your individual position, which is not the case at all. I'm speaking on behalf of the party as a whole. So that's the first one. Two, I would say this is not even a new thing at all. This actually is something that the party, over the years, we evolve out from. We started this party initially with people holding both positions in government and at the same time holding party positions. I can give you examples. For example, late E.T. Mensah was Minister for Youth. At the same time, he was youth organizer of the NDC. Just holding those two positions at the same time. A time came when the party felt, especially when we lost power in the year 2000, the thinking was that no, we are in opposition now. You can't, people should not be allowed anymore to be encumbering more than one position. So a time came when the party said, for example, that if you were a member of parliament, you should not be allowed to be holding party position at the same time. Okay? In fact, on the back of that, I tell you that in a previous contest that had to do with my own good friend and brother, Harun Idrisu, who was then MP, at the same time was trying to continue to hold his position as a youth organizer. Some of us took that principal position to vote against him because we felt that was not right. Allow somebody else who is not holding an MP position to run to become a youth organizer. So I'm telling you that evolution has been on for quite a bit. So what is happening now is simply institutionalizing the thinking that has been there for a long time. Now what we are saying is simple, that if you are holding a position, especially a position as a minister, a deputy minister, a position as a CEO, a deputy CEO, a position as a district chief executive or metropolitan municipal chief executive, you are in a position that gives you vast opportunity. First of all, they are positions that are very, very engaging, but they are time consuming. You need to focus completely. So you obviously are not going to be having time to be able to manage party work as well. It's going to be difficult. I can tell you, for example, when I was in charge of communication of the party when we won power the last time in 2009, and I became deputy finance minister. I couldn't have 1 minute to leave my job in the finance ministry to attend a party meeting. I couldn't have a meeting to go and do communication on behalf of the party. So automatically that job devolved on others who were still at the party level, who had to continue that. So this really should not be a difficulty at all. So I find it difficult to appreciate why anyone even thought this is a problem. Because I've been in that position, I never once thought it was a problem. And my colleagues who were with me at the same time, Visa Friankra, who was then Deputy General Secretary, who became Deputy Local Government Minister, never had a problem with it, never bothered. Harun Idrisu, who was youth organizer, and then moved to become a communication minister at the time, never had a problem. He continued his work. So I don't understand why this current generation will have any problem at all with it. That's why I say, listen, that's why the party decided that, listen, if you still insist that you're holding a position either as a CEO, as a minister or deputy, and you want to still contest for a party office, then resign from your position 6 months before an election in order to come and concentrate fully on the party and then have your work.
But there are those who say that I can serve the nation and still serve the party at the same time.
Even the country has come to realize that you cannot more be allowed to be a member of parliament at the same time a minister in government. Even the country has come to accept that. That's what the constitutional review has come to. So it tells you that clearly that even is not very easy to be done. So why would anybody convince anybody that you can do both? I can see, for example, what has happened over the last 1 year since we've been in government. Those who are very busy in their various departments have not had time to continue party, and we can understand why.
Is that impacting party administration?
Absolutely, they simply don't have the time. They are busy. So naturally, they don't have the time. If the party is having a meeting, they can't. They don't have the time. Others will have to do it. So these are things that are simply, should I call it, things that are very straightforward. So honestly, the reaction from some up to now, it baffles me. I don't understand it. And I think that in terms of the spirit of reset, the very fact that you're even protesting, for me, just shows that you don't even understand what this whole reset is about. Because this reset is simply about transforming the country. I mean, focusing on what needs to be focused on, allowing other people to do the job. And this is a party that's got millions of supporters. This is a party that, God forbid, any of us who drop dead today, there are so many other people who will come and take our position and do an equally good job, if not a better job. So for any individuals to believe that we are indispensable, without us, the job can't get done. So therefore, we have to hold one and two positions at the same time. I use the word that amounted to greed, and some overreacted. I repeat it again, that's nothing but greed. That's what it is, greed. So please, give it up.
I see. Are there any more changes to expect as you head into your own party elections in the future?
By and large, the National Executive have sat together and we've come up with the guidelines that's supposed to be to be the framework that will guide all our elections, the internal elections, which will be mostly this year, and then we'll continue into next year when we expect to the latter part of next year when we expect to be doing the presidential primaries, for example, and the parliamentary primaries. So I would say for now the guidelines are what they are. But as and when issues happen, for example, the issue of EASO has now given an opportunity to want to look at the delegate system, because prior to that conversation was going to be done, but there was no, but this is a good trigger that allows us to now be. So the committee now will bring a proper recommendation and we'll be able to now come with appropriate reforms regarding the delegate system, and that will then help us to be able to go into all the elections. Right.
Is the NDC still on a thank you tour, or is this chairman that is on a thank you tour?
Why? Ask chairman. Ask chairman about that.
I see. Because there are those from outside the party who think that your chairman is campaigning for...
When you meet the chairman, you ask him the one.
How does the party feel about his extensive thank you tour around the country?
I say when you meet him, ask him about it.
He
can speak to that.
Is it in favor of the NDC?
He will speak to that. So when you meet him, ask him that question.
Very well. Okay. So while we're on the subject of 1 year, and we'll come back to issues of elections, because you announced that you will contest again as General Secretary of the party. So we'll look into that a little later. But I want us to look at the relationship between the NDC and the government of the day, the executive, so to speak.
Okay.
One of the concerns that were raised in John Mahama 1 was a sort of very frosty relationship between party and then the executive office. How has that changed in John Mahama 2?
Okay. Well, let's say it this way. It's always a journey. It's not a journey that's perfect, and you don't expect it to be perfect overnight. But I would say, compared to the previous situation, we actually have done much better now than we've done in the past. And of course, as you say, you expect even more. So and that's an ongoing conversation. You must appreciate that we are coming from a past where effectively, once you win power, you really hold all the levers. You clearly make all those determinations. So from that pass into a situation where we're at the most perfect situation where the decisions are much more collective, where party and government sit together in order to make those conversations. I would say that's the ideal situation. What I would say that we haven't reached the ideal as yet, but compared to the past, we've made progress. That's what I can say.
And per your constitution, you'd have an advisory committee for the executive. Is that advisory committee meeting?
No, that advisory committee actually was supposed to be helping with what you call the period. I mean, it's much more a committee that will join the transitional period when you're about to start the series of appointment.
I see.
So I would say that committee actually was part of the beginnings of the process in terms of advising on some of the key appointments to be done.
Indeed, and I'm glad you brought that up, because then my follow-up question to that will be whether or not the party is impressed by the output or work of the appointees.
The way you look at it is simple. We made a number of promises to the country, And so you want to see how far have we gone towards that. One of the things we told the country is that we wanted to institutionalize a system that will give the people of Ghana much more confidence in government. I think by and large, if you check what you call the reaction of the people towards the first year in government, and that's not just our view, but also borne out by what's called institutions that have done a survey to check what I call the level of the rating, the approval rate of the government, and for that matter, the president. I think the approval rate has been very good. So that tells you that by and large, the country feels, even though it's not perfect, you really have done much, much better than the previous regime that you do. So that's the first one. Two, you also notice that as opposed to the 8 years of the MPP, where virtually almost on a daily basis, it was scandal upon scandal upon scandal, starting from the very first day of inauguration, when the then president literally went plagiarizing the speech of not just George Bush Jr., but other people as well placing in the speech. So that set a tone towards what you call the series of scandals that we had. Our government, by and large, have tried very hard to deal with that. The reason is simple. Every appointee knows that there is no cover-up. You make a mistake, you take the fall for it. And that's a statement the president has made every opportunity he's had when he's meeting with appointees. In cabinet, he's actually told again and again to all appointees. And the party has stood behind the president in also telling the appointees that the party clearly is not going to be covering anybody up. You do what is wrong, you will take the fall. So I think that has set a clear tone to everybody that you need to do what is right. They are not perfect, you can appreciate, but you can see clearly that the conduct has been very encouraging. In terms of the economy is always the heartbeat of everything. In terms, that's the main barometer. I think generally the economy, if you look at what it is we had into the year 2024 and what it is, the difficulties that we even met vis-a-vis what it is we've done already in the first year, you can clearly see that we've been able to not just stabilize the economy, we actually brought a lot of the key indicators down to levels that was difficult to believe at the close of 2024. We're talking about inflation today. First time I can't remember the last time. In fact, the last time when I was in the finance ministry, we were able to bring inflation down. By the time we got that was almost, I think inflation went into single digits somewhere May of the following year. But here, inflation actually went into that single digit in that very first year. And has remained in that single digit already from that period, going down further. So that tells you that things are pretty strong. The CD's performance has been very, very strong as well. And naturally, when you have a stable currency, or even in this case, a currency that literally has appreciated vis-a-vis, the international currencies, that has what you call effect on bringing stability on the economy. Interest rate has trended downwards. Treasury bill rates, for the first time is down into treasury bill, into single digit as well. I remember we had that in the previous administration for just 1 month. When it came down somewhere in November 2010 or so, it came down into single digit. Then after that, we couldn't keep it there because the difficulties started. And so you can see that relatively things are going well. So we can only say, yes, we are increasingly happy about the performance. You can see clearly, for example, in the road sector, massive effort being done to literally, affect the totality of the road sector, every nook and cranny of our country. And as the Chinese will tell you, you want to bring a transformation to a place, what you do is to build a road. Because the moment you build a road, it changes the dynamics. The economy transforms immediately. Opportunities are created. And so that, another very great one. We see what's happening in the local government sector. For example, with what you call the market that are being built virtually in every district in the country. That's massive. Effort that's been made to ensure that these districts start to get what you call resources for their development. If you're talking about the genuine development of the country, it's not what happens in Accra or what happens in a major city, but what is happening in every district of the country. And if you are having resources being taken down to those districts, that's a lot. And remember, in the MPP, what they did was to monopolize those resources in Accra and then allow what I call all kinds of characters working in partnership with the people in government, using procurement to literally amass wealth for themselves and share with themselves. We are saying that, listen, 80% of resources, instead of keeping in Accra, let it go down to every district. That is massive. It takes courage, it takes commitment, it takes love for country to be able to get that done. Yeah. So the country as a whole is seeing that commitment towards transformation, towards development. And I tell you, this is even just the beginning. We are now about to really start going to the second gear, the third gear, and take the country to the place we promised.
We'll touch a bit more on that. But while we're on the issue of appointments, is the government due for a reshuffle? Do you think?
It's always important that despite the fact that things have gone on very well in the first year, the president, who is the leader, would always want to see where things can still be done better. So reshuffle normally is done within that context, where you want to see in this particular sector, even though things are okay, I can still do better if I move somebody else into that place, or in this place, maybe this one is not too effective in this sector. Let's move into that setup where maybe you will be a little. So I think reshuffle will be a possibility, and from what I pick up in the corridors, yes,
a possibility soon.
We definitely are going to be having a reshuffle. Yeah,
sometime soon.
I wouldn't be able to say how soon, but definitely.
Very well. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about a bit more on some economic and governance issues, but we'll also answer the question of who is likely to lead, or what kind of person is likely to lead the party into a general election of 2028. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
You're still live here on the 3FM Sunrise. Just been bringing you a brief excerpt of that interview with Fifi Fiavi Kwete.
Your social media handler says don't cut because a lot of people want to hear the things he's saying.
I mean, it was interesting.
It is. And I have always, I think we had this conversation before, you and I, where I said, I think party people are being too hard on Fifi with some of the utterances. I see that he tries to take a principled position and he tries to communicate firmly as the chief executive of the party. Yes, and if you listen to him, especially on some of the utterances, he made a clear statement that, look, this is not my personal position, it's the position of the entire executive body, which I communicate on behalf of the executive. And rightly so, he's the person to convey the message. So if you hear it from his voice, then you shouldn't have a problem with it. And as we speak now, I personally don't have a problem with that insistence that if you hold a party office and you are seeking to, or if you hold a government appointment at the same time a party office, and you are seeking to get back to or continue with the party office, you should first of all resign from that government appointment. I think it works perfectly well. You see, when we do that, we are also able to strengthen the political party as a political party, the party that sponsored and orchestrated the win of and formation of the government of the day. You see, but if we have people crisscrossing, so you have, imagine the general secretary had taken up a ministerial position, chairman taking up ministerial position, women's organizer in government, youth organizer in government, communications officer in government. At the time that the party would have to call His Excellency to order, the party will not be able to do that. Because whilst His Excellency reports to the national executives as sponsored by the party, the members of the National Executive Committee will also be reporting to His Excellency as his appointees. So where do you draw the line? And it's not just about NDC. I think that all political parties should do this. That the party must remain the party, with officers of the party being officers of the party. that if you want to receive an appointment into the administration, resign or withdraw your party position so that the party will continue to be strengthened. Otherwise, you are weakening the party. The executives will not be able to then rein His Excellency in. That is what do they call political science 101. That at any point in time, the president, who is the president of the republic, is answerable not just to the people of the republic, but also to the political party on whose ticket he became the president. So that if the president is doing something that will hurt the fortunes of the party in the next election, the functional executive committee will go into conclave, call Mr. President, sit Mr. President down and tell Mr. President, look, you are the president, but your actions are affecting the fortunes of the larger party. And so do the needful. You have to realign. You have to respect the party. Whether we like it or not, that is another layer of check on the executive that people take for granted. So imagine that at the time that everybody was complaining, remove Ken Oforiatta as minister, remove Ken Oforiatta as minister.
It was a point I was going to come to, that increasingly it looks like lessons from the last term of President Akufo-Addo is informing in great detail how both parties, both the NPP and the NDC, are seeking to
form and conduct themselves.
Absolutely. Even for the opposition now, they are seeking, they've amended their constitution such that the president or the flag bearer no longer leads the party. There's a recognized leadership in the chairman who can then rein in other persons in relation to conduct when they are in power, amongst other things.
Exactly. That is why you need to have strong leadership at a party level, not only when the party is in opposition, more so when the party is in government, so that the actions of the two do not, of the executive, do not affect the fortunes of. You think that if the national executive of the NPP had been able to rein in President Akufo-Addo, to tell him that these actions, the people are calling for the removal of your minister, you have to remove your minister, otherwise it will affect the larger party interest. You think that if the national executive of the NPP had taken the same stance that across the Apia Kubi-led section of parliamentarians had taken, the party probably wouldn't have been where it is today. The party probably would have been able to direct and reshape its future, and probably even if it had lost the election, wouldn't have lost by this margin. If at the time that prices were going on high and high and high and high, fuel prices were skyrocketing, food prices were, and the agric minister was more interested in becoming flag bearer. If the national executive had the courage to bring Mr. President and his ministers to the table and told them, you must do 1, 2, 3. If they had done that, the NPP probably would have been enjoying a different fortune today. So it is NDC that has made the announcement, and so we are using NDC. But it is something that every single political party must do to be able to strengthen the party. Our system is very different from the South African system, and that comes easy for mention. Under the South African dispensation, the party can recall. So, and when the party recalls you, you lose the position as a president. And I think it's happened before. They recalled one of their presidents. I would have to quickly refresh my mind. I think Zuma, or I'm not sure.
We'll have to check.
But it is something that happens under the South African system. And so the power of the party as a political movement, as an organization, is massive. And they may even be able to do things that Parliament would not be able to do. If parliamentarians are telling Mr. President to behave, and Mr. President is telling them, I am the president, the party will step in, because your actions, your conduct, your inactions are affecting the fortunes of the party. So for me, I think it's a good decision. I think it is something that the NDC has to embrace. The members of the party have to be sure that, well, Mr. President is going on a final term. There's no way he's coming back unless the constitution is amended, which is also another which is also another hot topic within the NDC itself, at least from what we have heard from the General Secretary and some members of the party. But we know that Mr. President is on his final lap. So if Mr. President says that, well, whatever happens to you, I don't care. I'm on my final lap. I'm going. General Mosquito can say that, look, you are going, but we are still here. The party has to continue to remain relevant in the politics of the day, has to continue at the helm of government, has to continue influencing. And so, slow down, Mr. President, slow down, chop. We cannot remove you as president, but relax yourself. We can even sponsor an impeachment against you. You see, so the political party has a vast, some amount of power that I'm not sure the political parties themselves even realize, or because of the nature of our politics, everybody is let me hold body small. Otherwise, which is why we cannot have party executives active in government, because again, let me use my friend Sami Jemfi. I always use him because I know he won't beat me. If I use another person, they'll beat me. So Sami Jemfi is a national communications officer of the party. And you know how much this young man contributed to the win of the NDC. Very, very much. He did what a lot of people could not do to ensure that the party would win power. The party wins, he gets an appointment. So imagine, back then, the flag bearer was responding to him, or let me say, answerable to him as a member of the executive committee. They will say that, Mr. Flag bearer, this is the way we must go. And I'm imagining how powerful chairman was at the time. Now he wins, gives Sami Jemfi an appointment. Now, Sami Jemfi would have to then answer to Mr. President. So the tables have turned. So if Sami Jemfi wants to crack his whip as an officer of the party to tell Mr. President something straight to the face, that Mr. President, this decision that you have taken will affect the fortunes of the party, will Sami Jemfi be able to do that as communications officer? No, because he has to do yes sir to Mr. President. It's the same argument we've been making about members of parliament taking up executive positions or positions in the executive.
Mr. Kwete spoke to it and said that in that same manner, the Constitutional Review Committee has recommended that MPs no longer serve as ministers.
Exactly.
And so it's in that same vein, meaning you can't serve two masters
at the same time.
At the same time. And so that point is very well made. But he's also suggested there could be a reshuffling in the offing very soon.
Yes.
Perhaps
one will be seen.
We'll put up a poll.
One
and
will
ask,
be seen in 9 years.
We'll put up a poll and ask Ghanaians who their best performing ministers are and what positions.
Who should go? I think that is a very simple question.
What positions?
Which minister should be sacked?
Reshuffled.
Possibly
you will not be sacked, but
no. Let's ask that straightforward question. Which minister should go? Is it Mawina Egbeta?
I'm not a minister of state unless
you were to get an appointment, a green letter, what ministry would you want to?
I've actually not thought about it.
Which ministry do you think you would make the most or the greatest impact?
I haven't given it a thought because I see all of those positions are positions of service actually. There's a running theory I have about political positions and the fact that perspective ought to change in relation to that. For some, they are proceeding in that light. For others too, they see it more as and when basis, right? And so political positions in this country is seen more as a reward than a responsibility to come and serve, a failure
Exactly
of
so.
which should attract very punitive sanctions. We haven't reached that yet, and so it's more of a reward system than any other thing. That's why I say that I haven't really averred my mind to it, because
that.
if you want to give me a position, it should be something that I understand, and I know that I have a clear plan in conjunction with what the manifesto is, and you're working towards achieving that.
Are you talking about having the necessary academic qualifications or having the skill,
not everything
the
requires
charisma
academic.
to deliver, even in the absence of the academic qualifications?
Yes, you need to commit yourself to learning and learning the ropes of whatever position you've been given, because when you're given the position, yours is to deliver and not make excuses, respectfully. And
All right.
and so yeah, that's, I haven't thought about anything in that regard.
Well, I
so-
know Phil will want to be minister in charge of women
Enjoyment.
and children affairs.
You know, I've not seen a gender minister who's male before. It's always a position that goes to the
This is
women.
me
and
racking
children.
my brain.
I've not
far back
seen
into
one.
the
I've not seen one before. A minister.
Gender,
Ch-
male
w-
gender minister.
Yeah, it's one that I haven't seen before, and so I'm not sure. By nature of convention, he will be automatically disqualified for that position.
Oh, how?
That's what I said. By nature of convention, in that is how we've done it since the inception of the Fourth Republic, and so I don't know how Phil will suddenly get.
Have you heard about the fests?
He will, I doubt the position of gender minister is one that we could see a first ever in terms of a male.
Anyway,
I just think it's a position like women's organizer, and you see you are expecting to see a male.
But that one too, I never understand. They said come and organize women. They didn't say you must be a woman to be able to organize women.
But it presupposes automatically that you must be a woman.
Oh
So
no.
That to a great extent disqualifies.
Let me allow me to quickly touch on the Baumia engagement too.
Now you want to share a few things.
I listened
conspicuously missing Kennedy Ohene Japo and Dr. Brian.
He wasn't at
Echampo.
the event.
The two of them were not at the event.
But have you ever heard a sportsman talking politics and current affairs?
Oh, I'm not sure he will want to indulge. I'm not sure he will. I'm not sure
do
he
you
will
only
want to
know
indulge.
goal, foul, penalty? Is that the only thing you know?
Oh, they know a lot more, but
we are more, say, comfortable talking about the goal, the foul, and all that. Yeah.
Who is the president of Ghana? No, I just want to be sure.
Oh, but
I'm sure if I ask you who the sports minister is, you would
that's
know.
Oh,
but I just want to be sure that you know who the president.
Oh, our president, John Dramani Mahama.
This is what you do. They come and say President Akufo-Addo.
engaged in mischief.
But I think that Alaji handled that engagement very well. And I enjoyed the speech he gave. The speech was honest, it was reconciling, it was entreating, and it was a speech that says, I am ready to lead everyone, not only the Baumia faction, not only the Kennedy Japan faction, not only the Brian Champong faction. As for the rest of the people, we can forget about them. These are the three names we'll be dealing with. It was a speech that said that, look, it doesn't matter what has happened. Let us forge ahead. That's the only way we can win. And I think it is commendable that he has chosen that path. I think it's also commendable that he used that opportunity to call on the president to cool down on his people. The message was subtle. He said the temperature is hot the people have already been through a lot. Now is not the time to be, is it intimidate? Was it the one who used the word intimidate, or the minority leader used the word intimidate?
I think it was a minority leader.
It was a minority leader. But he also made a point to that effect that, look, now is not the time to be arresting our people and to be doing 1, 2, 3. Well, we may disagree on that one. If you have chopped our money with I mean, if I'm here asking for Coach Otoado to be sacked, I don't have any moral authority or right to say some minister who has chopped our money should remain at office.
Wow,
but
he found a way to bring Otoado into the conversation.
But the point is that I think that the NPP has to begin to listen to Alhaji and give Alhaji an opportunity to heal the party. It has to start with that. He hints of a thank you tour that is in the offing, and that thank you tour for me must largely be a reconciliation tour, to say that let Miracles Abuaji and the lawyer, what's his name again, the Kennedy Ejapong boy,
Kwesi
Kwarteng. Let Miracles and Kwesi Kwarteng be the ones leading this, to show and demonstrate to the young men and women in the party that all is well with us now. We are no longer using dirty and nasty words on each other, and that we are ready to come together, work together, and ensure that the party gets back into power. I think that thank you tour should not be, we shouldn't be seeing only the Baumia camp leading it. We should be seeing the party, NPP, national executives leading that tour.
Perhaps it's early days yet. I'm just saying.
He has hinted that this is what they will do.
Yeah,
I'm sharing this based on what they did in the past, to say that you have come out of an election that was very successful, very peaceful, overwhelmingly endorsing of Alhaji. Use this as an opportunity to build the bridges, bring everybody together. Please, I will say it again, don't end up being like my party, the CPP, that we are now having to fight over who should be general secretary. That's the biggest position in the CPP now, which is not right, because the CPP has so much potential and was once a very powerful and dominant force in this country, but today been reduced to nothing because of other historical issues. But now, as we speak, because the party can simply not bring itself together, internal issues,
a lot of splinters.
Yes.
But let's leave it here and have Bill come through and do sports for us. Yesterday, Hearts of Oak.
But after the sports, we would have to go back to the issue we're supposed to discuss. There was teachers being beaten now. Yes, we have a number of people that we need to speak to on that. So maybe after sports we'll come back.
We'll get into all of that.
But that's actually some current affairs question Bill can answer.
Free bill for yesterday.
If he
Benjamin Asare was one of the
Otoado should be sacked.
Yes.
Okay.
Benjamin Asare was man of the match in that El Clasico, Ghanaian zone version of El Clasico. His confidence level was very high. I watched that game yesterday, Kanketi TV3. He was brilliant.
Very. I made an expose stating that he's taking the ball playing gimmick very seriously these days, and it's showing. Like I think one of the major criticisms that he had when he first came into the Black Stars was he wasn't comfortable on the ball. He wasn't comfortable on the ball. But since then, I mean, from the Kirin Cup against Japan, South Korea, to the Super Clash, he's shown that he's very comfortable with the ball. He can keep it, he can juggle with it, do whatever he likes with it, and he was making the saves, the necessary saves, to keep the scoreline at 1-0, and so really big one for him. And of course, since he was definitely under the spotlight, it strengthens his case to be part of the Black Star squad, especially in March for the games against Germany and the games against Austria. There's actually a German who's been texting me on Instagram. He's very keen to see Asari in the post against Germany and see what he can do. So yeah, we'll see.
I think he's laid down the marker.
Yeah,
and
a German is interested in
he goes,
keeps our post for
yeah,
us.
He's interested in Asari. I think his name has shot up in a short period.
Germany.
Like, in fact, in Japan, Seth, when he went to Japan, the number of people that swarmed him for pictures and all of that, it was shocking. Yeah, it was very shocking. That, I mean, someone from the local terrain gaining the kind of traction, the kind of name that he is. Right now, if you mention Benjamin Asari's name on X, on TikTok, wherever, it will blow. Wow. If it's a video, if it's a picture, whatever, it will blow. Because there's a lot of interest. Heart of Folk. There's a lot of interest in him.
I hope Hearts of Folk is capitalizing on that, and I hope he's earning a lot more now.
I mean, I think they gave him a car that I remember.
Okay.
It wasn't the team. It was.
I think it was someone who is linked to the team.
A vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, a vehicle. And I believe that his salary might have increased or something like that. But we'll see what happens after the World Cup. Usually, when it gets to that stage, you play in the World Cup, you want to seek greener pastures and all of that. But I mean, so far, kudos to him. His rise has been really, really inspirational, because I quite remember I did a story on him. He had a serious injury that kept him out for like a year.
Oh yes.
And he bounced back.
I watched that.
And now he's become what he has become now. So really, an inspirational story.
Right then, Bela Shen will do sports for us, after which we'll return with a bit more in terms of conversations for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. Stay with us.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. Let's start on the local front, where an early first half strike from Baba Adamu proved decisive as Hearts of Folk secured a vital 1-0 victory over Asante Kotoko in the Super Clash at the Baba Era Sports Stadium. The win marked Hearts' first league triumph in Kumasi since 2018 and handed them a crucial momentum in the title race. Elsewhere, lead leaders Mediama were held to a draw at home by a resilient Ediana side, missing the chance to extend their advantage at the summit. The following is the comprehensive wrap of all the action from the weekend.
So the excitement has ended at the Baba Era Sports Stadium. Match day 22 has seen Hearts of Folk snatch a famous victory against their bitterest rivals Asante Kotoko. The last time Hearts of Folk did so was in 2018 in the truncated season when Patrick Razak scored the winner here. But before that, they had done it in 2015 when Selassie J scored the winner for them to beat Kotoko 1-0 here. And today, they've gotten a famous victory. Baba Ademu, the left back, scoring the winner for them in the first half. It was a pretty interesting start to the game for Hearts of Folk. They dominated possession, got a free kick and capitalized on it to get the opening goal. But somewhere in the 34th minute, they had a setback. Their defender, that is Emmanuel Amankwa, was shown a red card, and that reduced Hearts of Folk to 10 men. So they had to play the other 56 minutes without their right back. And they made some changes to the team as well at halftime. They held on, defended well gallantly, and were able to secure a 1-0 victory, meaning that they have now closed the gap on league leaders Mediama to 5 points. For Asante Kotoko, the gap between them and Mediama still remains 9, and it looks like this could be a goodbye to the title. But they say they are not going to give up, and for Hearts of Folk, they are back into the title conversation. So it's a pretty decent one, but there were other games played in the Ghana Premier League as well, because we know that Bibiani Gold Stars also won their game. They won 3-0 against Baseke Holy Stars. Bechem United also beat Young Apostles by a goal to nil, and Bekum Chelsea secured the 2-1 victory over Heart of Lions. Dream lost at home to Karela by a goal to nil. Hoho United winning at home against Nations by 2-1, and Swedo All Blacks also got a 1-0 victory over Samatek. But the biggest news is that Heart of Oak are back into the title conversation after beating Asante Kotoko here at the Barbara Sports Stadium by a goal to nil.
That was a rap by my colleague Mutala Yakubu, who is actually celebrating his birthday today. So happy birthday to you, Mutala Yakubu. But let's continue with some other stories. After guiding his side to that historic away win, despite being reduced to 10 men, Hearts of Oak's head coach Didi Dramani praised his players' resilience and discipline under pressure.
Whatever we knew they were going to do, we steadied the team. We appreciated their strengths, and also we appreciated our strengths. And then we knew there were going to be moments where we would control the game, and I think we controlled the game right from the beginning until we had the goal. And then with this, we looked a bit destabilized when we had the red card, and then we needed to manage the situation in that moment. And at half time, we have that moment to structure in order to deal with the situation.
That was Didi Dramani, the head coach of Hearts of Oak. At the other side, Kotoko's Prince Yawusu, taking charge of his first game since the departure of Abdul Karim Zito, admitted his team performed well, but pointed to a costly goalkeeping error as the difference.
I think the boys did their best. They kept on fighting even to the end, but it's just a mistake from the goalkeeper cost us all this. So, of course, I think you didn't see it. We put 2 men at the top and then 2 on the left and right. We did that one. I think you didn't recognize it. Of course, it's very, very difficult for us. We need to fight very, very hard before we can get that title ourselves. It's not easy. Oh yeah, the ambition they brought, they went to fight to win the game, and they did that.
That was Prince Yawusu, the interim coach of Asante Kotoko. Now, the man of the match was Black Stars #1 Benjamin Asari, whose crucial saves ensured Hearts protected their slender lead. The Hearts skipper insisted the title race remains open despite the points gap against Midiama.
Because first to fifth, and first to fourth, all is about determination on the field of play. Because Ubona Nyamiya Adum now win matches. I know bet me who say bet me league. But Nyamiya Adum now it's me league, so it's a big opportunity my. And so far, so most of the players in they deserve say Nyamiya Adum now it's me league in so once I hit Nyanya win way, I say it's me my performance in aggressive and as we tough now always matches there but
That was Benjamin Asari, man of the match during the Super Clash speaking. Moving on to women's football, the Black Princesses have returned to Accra after a hard-fought 1-0 away victory over South Africa in the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifiers. Ghana advanced 3-2 on aggregates and will face Uganda in the final qualifying round in May 2026. The team is chasing an 8th consecutive appearance at the World Cup, set to be held in Poland in September 2026. Assistant coach Raymond Fedi shared his thoughts upon arrival.
Very, 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 very impressive. We were so much impressed with the way they play. You will not be able to get everything excellent, but they played to instruction, and then we were so impressed, and we were happy that these girls has really proved that they have a long way to go as far as the competition is concerned, and they will get there. Well, in the 2 goals that we conceded, we lost focus a bit. The sacrificial aspect lacked a little, because with the sacrificial aspect, it's not taught during training sessions. It is a passion, and then the zeal of the player, and then because the shots that were taken, somebody could have used a body to deflect the ball from going to the net. But this time around, it was awesome over there in South Africa. So we believe that we are not going to concede such goals again, and then because we want to go far, so we think it will be rectified. our next matches.
That was Raymond Fenny, assistant coach to the Black Princesses, speaking there. On the continental scene, CAF President Patrice Motsepe has dismissed reports suggesting the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations could be taken away from its East African host. Speaking after the CAF Executive Committee meeting in Dar es Salaam, Motsepe described claims of a potential venue change as unfounded. He also reaffirmed that Morocco remains the official host of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations.
I am here to tell Tanzania and Kenya and Uganda that I'm taking away the AFCON because our three countries are not going to be ready. That's totally unfounded. Like in this context, that I am enormously confident that we will succeed. Will there be challenges? There are always challenges. There were many countries that wanted to host it, but because we didn't have time, our standards were very, very high. So there's still many countries that are interested. As we speak now, we still have an engagement with Morocco. So the WAFCON continues. It's going to be successful, and we will make sure that it takes place. It has to take place, Samson.
That was the CAF president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe. In Europe, the FA Cup delivered another thrilling weekend. Chelsea, Manchester City, Liverpool and Arsenal progressed comfortably. Newcastle, Norwich and Fulham also booked their spots, while Mansfield produced a shock win over Burnley. Leeds advanced on penalties. West Ham needed extra time, and Southampton edged Leicester in dramatic fashion. Now, finally in Spain, Barcelona head coach Hansi Flick said his side is determined to bounce back from their midweek defeat to Atletico Madrid when they face Girona. Now, Barcelona trail Real Madrid by 2 points and can reclaim top spot with victory.
It's we lost this match on Thursday. It was a lesson for us, but at the end life goes on, so we have to accept this defeat, but now we focus on Girona, and it's important to stay also focused, but also play with the confidence we need, and we have a lot of quality, and we can win against every team.
Now, that was Hansi Flick, head coach of Barcelona, speaking there. Bringing an end to sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We'll see you same time tomorrow with more updates from the world of sports. Until then, have a great morning.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure. Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Oh, turn it up!
Come into the mountains, sight and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public on allegations of corruption. The Black Stars coach has unveiled his squad for the upcoming games, and there are some interesting names. Pull up! The weekend is here and it's time to turn up. Get your dancing shoes on, Lego. We really do have it all. It's a premium mix of information and entertainment every single day on 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio.
In the silence, something was growing. The journey continues. The calm before the storm. You can't mute a force that was born to speak. You can't bury rhythm. It rewrites itself. Louder. Every signal lost finds its way back to the source. This is not a comeback, it's a recalibration.
For you this on Friday the 13th, and this statement was released on that day. It says that during school hours on that said day, the 13th, some male student believed to be miscreant student of Frafraha Community Senior High School, identified only as Musan and Assam, and others were spotted in one of the classrooms of the school with some girls of the West African Senior High School. This situation was a violation of school rules, as visitors and strangers were not allowed on campus at the hour of the school period without authorization. Due to the launch of the 80th anniversary of the school, majority of the teachers were out attending the launch, leaving a skeletal staff to supervise the students. Now, the teachers, led by Mr. Nicholas Tay, having noted this violation of school rules, went there to confront the strangers. The teachers therefore went to the class to drive the unauthorized visitors away from the classrooms. This resulted in some confrontation between the teacher and the miscreant. These miscreants resisted the attempt of the teacher, which led to verbal exchanges. These unauthorized visitors held copious and printable insults on the teachers for trying to enforce discipline. More teachers from WAS were called in to help Mr. Nicholas Tate to drive the miscreants away from the school. After several efforts and support of other staff members, they reluctantly left the campus. Now, however, at about 4:30 p.m. the same day, the students from Afafraha returned with thugs on motorbikes, with one rider identified as Daddy, to the school to visit violence on the teachers of WAS. The teachers were beaten with sticks and clubs, and during the chaos, Mr. Tay, who appears to be their main target, was beaten severely, leading to physical injuries and psychological trauma. After several minutes of resistance, the teachers managed to repel the attack. The attackers managed to ride out of the school, leaving the teachers and students who witnessed the confrontation traumatized. The matter has been reported to the Adenta police, and they issued medical forms for Mr. Tay to visit the hospital for various tests and treatment. Let's get onto the phone and speak to Christian Idinkra. He's a chairman of the Medina Adenta Abokobi branch of NAT, who's joined us over the telephone lines. Mr. Idinkra, I appreciate you joining us, and I've just been going through the statement which you issued, which details the account of what transpired. There's a mention as well of a report to the police, but again, perhaps you want to help us understand in better detail what transpired.
Thank you, Marina. May I stand on all protocol to say good morning to our teachers within the Greater Accra region, specifically those also within the Medina, Adenta, Abokobi constituencies or municipalities, then narrow it to West Africa Senior High School. My brother, on the 13th, which is Friday of last week, to say, we had a challenge. We were launching our 80th anniversary as a school at Shippers Authority, Accra. And all of us couldn't go. So there was a need for us to leave behind some colleagues who will oversee situations whilst we were away. Just we were about doing or finishing the program at Shippers Authority. Some of us were inundated with calls. And these calls came worrying. What is the issue? Two students from Afafraha Senior High School who, whichever way, I don't know, found themselves in one of our classes, Form 2, specifically Form 2 classes. And so those teachers available, one of them named in the letter or in the statement, had to approach and ask, why at this point you from different schools are here? What are you doing, or what were they doing? And it looks like these students who are highly deficited with sort of respect approached the teacher and said, we are not answerable to you. It's like, what do you mean? You came to my school within our jurisdiction, and you, as a student, you are questioning why I'm asking you what you were doing with our students you got to leave. And so they were reluctant to leave. These two students were reluctant to leave. And so even after they left, around 4:30, whatever they went to do, we don't know. But the students came back with some tacks, some ropes, with sticks and even cutlasses, trying to inquire why that teacher had the audacity to walk their brother out of the school. And it was frightening. So some of our teachers had to run. And those who were bold were able to confront them. And then the one particular who sacked the students was pointed at, that Onuni, and then the attack occurred. And so we being mindful, and if you look at the Labor Act 2003 at 651, specifically if you look at Part 3, Section 9, which talks about the responsibility of the employer or the duty of the employer, one of them is to protect or take every step necessary to ensure the employer is safe to work. We decided that, well, we are not safe. And so we had to quickly rush to the Adenta police, where the gentleman in question, or my colleague teacher in question, was giving some forms, and then he went to the hospital. And so as we speak, I am here at the school waiting for Nicholas. And my brother, Egbeta, I must say that the ubiquitous nature of attacks on our teachers, let me say, and let me put on record, that attack on any teacher anywhere is attack on education everywhere. Those students from Fafaha should not think that they can come and misbehave here in West Africa Senior High School and they will be safe at their school, because it is the same teachers who are going to teach them, and already we are in touch with them, the teachers over there. Our desire is that once we have the rules that cater for students' misbehavior, we will also leave the GES to take its course whilst we pursue the criminal aspect of those tags that came here. Those tags that came here to come and inflict pain on our teacher.
Right.
Look, that is not the only instance. There were some students from another school that nearly took one of our teachers with scissors. That one, we were able to manage it. But this very one, my brother, as a union leader, we will not leave this matter to lie.
Right.
Look at what happened at Kede. Look at what is happening to our teachers here. Today, it may be that my colleague teacher, and it may be me, myself. And so, as a union leader, we do not intend to stop at anything to ensure that these tags that are brought by these students, we will identify the students and they will produce the tags. Already the police, that aspect is in the hands of the police.
It's being handled by the police.
Yes, please.
Some important points from what you raise.
Yes.
This is not the first time an attack of such a nature is happening at WAS, to be specific. You're
Yes.
mentioning that a student had attempted to stab a teacher with a scissors. Was this a student from your school, or it was again a student from outside seeking to attack a teacher within the school?
Students from outside. And I do not know. Of course, let me state also that as management does everything possible to improve security, WAS is a very big place. And often, there are some of the places and locations in West Africa Senior High School. Should you come, you realize that there are some of the places that you cannot go. If you are in the school, but you are frightened to walk through those places. Why? Because there are some miscreants, some vagrant yobis who are all scattered around, smoking day long, and there were times that we reported. I, as a NAT chairman, we were at the commander's place, Adenta. We just the road is just the boundary. We went there. They came to actually survey the area and promise that they are going to patrol. But I do not know what happened. I can't speak for them. As we speak, our uncompleted teachers' bungalow is overtaken by these miscreants, and you cannot dare pass there because they are highly, highly on drugs. The police is aware. I will not mince words on this. Please, the police are aware of this situation. And you see, like I said, if you come to West Africa Senior High School, some of the walls are very feeble. So the new headmaster, in touch with the alumni, raising the walls from the eastern side. And so we are seeing some visibility of efforts being made to ensure infiltration of people who are not accredited or who we have nothing to do with. And so it is expected that we collaborate with the police to ensure that all these people within, if you come, it's like a cattle range area. Sometimes during school hours, you see cattle moving around. During school hours, motorbikes. And as much as we have internal security, we have to empower them to work. But our own security, most recently, if not 2 months back, was attacked.
Your own security protecting students.
And so we have security. We have internal security.
But you said they were attacked. They were attacked recently as well.
Yes. You see, so we cannot, as teachers, live in perpetual fear in an environment that we are to nurture kids and tell them that which is good and which is to be done. And so if today, me, the teacher, I am getting afraid and fear of my life because of my colleagues, students, or my students, the teachers will soon begin to also arm themselves. Don't be surprised.
Right.
Don't be surprised. Our teachers will begin to acquire weapons to protect themselves.
I'm not sure we've reached there quite yet, but
it is written there because look, as at today, where the attack occurred, teachers sit there to monitor students. Today, when I went there, none of them was willing to. In fact, nobody is there. Who monitors the students over our own students? If it takes some miscreants to have the guts, do they think that the teacher also doesn't have a family? We also have family. We come from families. We also have miscreants in our families that if we want to retaliate, it will be worse and bloody. But because we are learned, we cannot take the law into our hands.
Right.
But the time is coming.
Right.
And the time is soon that our teachers will begin to acquire weapons. Let me repeat. Our teachers will begin to acquire weapons to also defend themselves.
Hopefully we do not get there. But you mentioned that you've been in contact with the teachers at Frafraha, where this student is believed to have come from, and he returned to the town to bring thugs.
Yes,
have the teachers been able to help identify the said student, one that can assist?
Yes, as a matter of fact, our district director of education will be coming to have meeting with our teachers because our teachers today we have to start our terminal exams. But look, the teachers are not willing. The teachers are not willing. And as their leader, I cannot force or not to force someone to perform his duty if he or she is afraid of the environment.
So what, the exams is not going to happen today?
We are yet to meet our district director of education, and if you look at the pre-tertiary education at 2020 at 1049, the administration of SHSs are under the region. I am aware. My district director, in a conversation yesterday on this same issue, informed me that the regional director has summoned, and therefore he will be coming this morning to pick up information on the issue or apprise himself, then later meet with our regional director. In the interim, I cannot say that the exam will come on or not come on. We are waiting for him. Soon as he comes, we are waiting for him. When you come right now, our teachers are in red. They are getting fed up and tired of the insistent, unwarranted, uninvited attacks on our teachers. And that is why I am saying that please, if care is not taken, our teachers will begin to acquire weapons for themselves. And let it not be said.
Right.
That
I want us to slow it down on teachers acquiring weapons for themselves and talk to me about Mr. Tay and what his condition is currently.
Mr. Tay is stable now.
Was he admitted at the hospital?
Yes, please. And himself will be coming with a family. We are expecting him to come along today. I am yet to speak to him, but my information clearly is stating that he is okay by God's grace, but has some wounds on himself. I pray that these wounds doesn't incapacitate him from performing his duty. And so I will be standing by and let's see what happens next. Okay?
Any updates from the police since you reported?
This morning we will be going to the police to ascertain the extent to which they've gone with their investigation.
Have they visited the school, the site of the incident, spoken to anybody?
Yes, please. They came. That one, they came. That is for my information. They came. And they even visited the alleged hookup place where so-called thugs are based, as to whether they were able to pick someone or any of them. We are yet to be apprised with that information. Like I said, when the Municipal Director of Education comes, we will now know exactly to what extent the police have also advanced in their
investigations. Finally, on management of the school, what their position has been and the support given to the teacher following that rather
I am aware
attack.
The management is likely to arrange. That is the information in a conversation. Management is going to secure some psychological support for our brother Nico and those other teachers who have to run for their life. And then after the meeting, we will visit the family likely. And so the administration has been active. But like Oliver Twist, I am a union leader. No matter what the administration is doing, I will only appeal that they do more. In doing more, I must say that we as a union, we will support any act that management takes or any decision that management takes to ensure that teachers within the WAS community are safe to perform their duty for which they are employed. And so we are supporting them. But I think that management needs to do more in taking interest in the security of our teachers and non-teaching staff to ensure that productivity is not impeded by miscreants, by some of these attacks on our colleagues.
Right.
Marina Egbeta.
Right. I appreciate you speaking to us this morning, Ms. Edinkra.
I am grateful to you. And so please, we will apprise you how far we've gone with the processes. But please, Marina, I am telling you that our teachers are afraid. Our teachers are not safe. Our teachers are not secure on the campuses of WAS to perform their duty.
Right.
Because the attacks are becoming too much. And that is where I am saying, like you prayed me not to say.
Yes, I'll pray you not to continue on that tangent. But
I plead for our teachers to exercise caution whilst are taking to ensure their safety in West Africa Senior High School. I thank you.
All right, thank you as well. Christian Edinkra is the chairman of the Madina Denta Bokobi NAT, speaking to us this morning. A rather unfortunate turn of events where a teacher, Nicholas Tay, became the subject of attack by students and thugs from Frafraha Senior High School. They were on the campus of WAS. The teacher had asked that they leave. The question is authority to ask them to leave, and they resorted to attacks on this person. It will take me on to this very short break here on the 3FM Sunrise. When I return after this break, we'll get into a bit more in terms of other persons who are supposed to be providing a bit more for us. But I understand we can do that before going on to the break. Dr. Peter Pateanti is the president of the Institute for Education Studies. He's joined us on the telephone line as well. Doc, I appreciate you joining us this morning. I trust that the weekend was kind to you.
Yes, thank you for having me. Good morning to your listeners.
Absolutely. Not the first was seeing incidents of attacks on teachers. We've seen that over the course of the last few years happen a number of times. In most instances, we've seen it from students attacking their own teachers in their own school. This one was seeing a completely different situation where a student from outside, from another school, came into WAS, and I'm very sure you're familiar with the story, but things appear to be degenerating, even though we're being promised decisive action to return discipline into our schools.
This is a disturbing incident. I watched the videos last night, and I've read the statement from. It seems that we are not getting any headway with the issue of discipline in our schools, because I still can't understand why students who are being taught by teachers will turn around and bring their colleagues to come and harass the teacher to that extent. And this is the highest form of indiscipline. For me, I think what we need to do is to escalate some of these things to the level of criminality. Just like the president said when the Kede incident happened, there should not be any, arrangement within the school system or from GES to treat this as a disciplinary issue. As a school disciplinary issue. This is a clear incident of assault, and the students should be arrested and dealt with according to law. I think if we start treating these in this way, most of them would be a little bit circumspect in how they relate with the teachers, especially when they know that these records will be on their file, and one day it can come against them.
In the Kade incident, we saw that they were subsequently put before court and they were fined. An argument can be made whether or not that was deterrent enough. In this instance, the matter has been reported to the police, investigations are ongoing, and what have you. For the institution GS and the plans to return discipline into the schools, there's been a lot of things mooted. The talk of corporal punishment and what have you having to return into our schools is one that is greatly debated. From where you sit, yes, we must treat this as criminal matters, but within the institution GES and the senior high schools, what must we begin to see and do to bring back that fear factor again and prevent students from being able to freely engage in criminal acts like these?
And unfortunately, I don't subscribe to this corporal punishment. Imagine, look at the video again. Imagine the teacher was or decides to cane them. These students would have resisted, probably collect the cane and then use it on the teacher. So I'm not one of those who think that the indiscipline we are experiencing in schools is because teachers are not using canes. I don't think so. One, I think that there should be, increased screening for our school security officials. I still wonder how these other people from the town entered the school without the notice of the school security. So we have said long ago that it is time that we look at how our school security system is taken. You should have people who are trained with that security mindset and to be able to identify students from non-students, do random checks and all that. So one of the things that can do or should be doing is to have a second look at the school security system. Another thing that I think GES should be doing is to have a situation whereby students who engage in this, their attitude and everything is documented, okay? So that at the end of the day, when you apply and when you are taking your results, this is also added like a testimonial, something that we normally do, but not at an extensive level. So we should have that situation. I'm also thinking that to be more deterrent enough, we should have a system whereby when students are applying for admission at the tertiary institutions, they should have some sort of behavior report from their senior high schools. Very, very important. So that if that behavior report is added to the application form, the university will know the caliber of students that they are admitting. That would also be enough deterrent for students who want to just do anything, and because they know that if they are not careful, the report will be on their file. That file would end up on the admission table of a university or an institution that they want to attend, and that can lead to them not being admitted. Okay, so I think there are several reforms that GES can undertake to ensure that students comply with whatever disciplinary issues that they would want to take. I believe that we still have to we don't have to put much premium on corporal punishment, because if you look at the caliber of students that we are having now, I won't be surprised when a teacher tries to discipline someone using a cane, they will pounce on the teacher.
And then it turns around on the teacher. But
exactly,
Doc,
exactly.
Do you think the GES has approached this subject matter of students in discipline in schools with the urgency that it deserves, considering the number of incidents we've witnessed and all that?
I would say not totally. I don't think that we have shown, not only the GES, this is an issue of, it's a policy issue. So even the Ministry of Education, I don't think they've shown enough in the extent to which students are being very indisciplined in our schools. I don't think so. Because if they have, we would have seen some policy directions in terms of how we want students to behave in our schools, and that would have been implemented by the Ghana Education Service, because our structure of education system makes the the Ministry of Education the one that is in charge of policy. Can we name one or two or three policies that have been forcefully put on the table by the Ministry of Education, targeted at ensuring that discipline is maintained, sustained? Now, one or two or three of them, I doubt so. So I think that the whole educational system, responsible, have not taken this issue very serious, and if you are not careful,
Doc, I appear to be losing you a bit on the telephone line. Are you still with me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so I was saying that we cannot talk about one or two or three or four policy directions in terms of indiscipline. In terms of how we should tackle this indiscipline from the perspective of the managers of educational system. The Minister of Education is in charge of policy directions, and it is supposed to be implemented by the Ghana Education Service. I can't at the top of my mind mention about 5 indiscipline policy directions that have been given by the Minister of Education. So I'm saying that if we are not careful, this thing will consume us. I think there needs to be leadership by bringing out policies, not just directives, but policies that would be now implemented by the Ghana Education Service as to how we should tackle this aspect of school indiscipline, students attacking teachers, students burning down school property, students attacking fellow students. There should be a comprehensive policy direction from the Ministry of Education. I think we have not been able to do that. The GES tries to caution for example, look at the Kede issue. It took the president to say that you cannot settle this at the school level. You need to make sure that the guys go through the criminal system, and that is where we were able to now get this done. This is supposed to be something that the Ministry of Education should be championing, and I think that the Ministry of Education has not shown enough commitment to dealing with the issue of indiscipline in our schools.
Doc, I appreciate you and the thoughts that you shared with us this morning, and most certainly is something that we'll look forward to engaging a bit more on subsequently. That's Dr. Peter Patianti speaking to us this morning. Moving away from this one, expectations high on the Ghana Education Service as well as the Ministry of Education to provide policy direction in dealing with students in discipline in our respective institutions. I'm going to go for this break. When I return, what a lot of you have termed the Russian Balthazar situation, right, is what we're going to get into next. The Minister for Communication, Samuel Nate George, has been speaking in relation to this particular subject matter. Says that they are going to attempt to extradite the said Russian into the country. Feasibility of that is up for serious debate already. A report he had been arrested somewhere in Indonesia or somewhere in the Asians. We'll get all of that for you if you stay with us here on the 3FM Sunrise. Right after this quick spot of commercial.
The Electoral Commission has reiterated its commitment to organizing free and fair elections this December.
How's your week treating you? I'm here to serve you great music tidbits for your at-work listening pleasure. Rastafari, Rastafari, Rastafari. Our Father, who art in Zion, Kanamawe, Kanamawe, Kanamawe. Otonodo!
Come into the mountains, sight and I grandfather.
It's time to drive you home in style with great music, the 411 and all your favorite songs, what's happening around town, and so much more.
And in the headlines today, the two leading political parties have been addressing the public.
Goes by the name Yatislav. He's been trending in great detail, following intimate moments captured with not just Ghanaian women, but women across a number of African countries. His modus operandi, wearing a spectacle which records or pretty much everything, right? And has subsequently uploaded the footages onto a website and is making money. Ideally, it's something that private or consenting adults engage in, and that is not a problem. But the moment video, pictorial evidence become a part of it, privacy breached and what have you, becomes a subject matter of quite the concern, and it's generated quite the debate as well on social media, which courted the attention of Communication Minister Samuel Nati George, who had this to say from the weekend as to what the government response is going to be to this particular subject matter.
The Cybersecurity Authority is one of the agencies under my ministry, and I'm sure leading up to the Christmas, you guys saw the clampdown we did on cybercrime and fraud and all of that. Part of what we do is also to deal with sextortion and child online protection. In this instance, I'm sure you're referencing the Russian gentleman who came into the country. Yesterday, I caused the ministry to send an invitation to the Russian ambassador. I intend to see him this week and have a conversation with him. We're taking a very strong view of it. The individuals involved are not minors. None of them is a minor. They're grown-up adults who made decisions. What the Cybersecurity Authority is interested in, and my ministry is interested in, is not in the moral judgment of the individuals. It's in the non-consensual sharing of the videos that were posted online. That is a crime. It's not a crime to be able to convince a man or a woman to go into your room with you in 6 minutes. That's not a crime by the law. That's a personal decision to make. But it is a crime to record a person without their consent. And and even when you record and keep it on your phone, and the person finds out and reports to us, we'll prosecute you and you go to jail. That's the law of the land. Now, you don't just record it, but you go and post it on a website for financial gain. That gentleman will be looked for. We will activate every resource in our disposal, working with Interpol. The way we've worked with Interpol to extradite Ghanaians to other jurisdictions, we will request the Russian authorities, and that's why I've invited the Russian ambassador, to work with our law enforcement. We want the gentleman to come to Ghana, to be brought back to Ghana, extradited to Ghana, for him to face the rigors of our law. Ghanaian citizens, irrespective of their decision making, will be protected by their government. The government of John Dramani Mahama will ensure that every citizen's rights are protected. And you cannot record a citizen without their consent and air that or post that online. That constitutes a crime under the Cyber Crime Offences Act, the Cyber Security Authority Act, CSA Act 1038 of Ghana, passed in 2020 by Parliament. So we will work on it. We're working on it. We'll be with my Lelu team at Cybersecurity is building a full docket. Whether we have the gentleman or not, I intend for us to file a full prosecution. We'll make a representation before the courts, try him in absentia, and get judgment if he fails to show up. But we will not let this go. I mean, my colleague Minister for Gender has issued a statement as well, because most of these victims were women. But we would pursue this to its legal conclusion and ensure that this never happens again. But once again, to our countrymen and women, we urge caution. We urge caution. I mean, we need to be minded about some of these things and careful. But on the legal parts, we will do our part. Thank you so much, sir.
3FM Sunrise.
The Minister for Communication and Digitalization, Samuel Nati George. Let me get onto the phone lines quickly, yeah? Emmanuel Kuti is the Executive Director of the Africa Center for Peace and Security. He's a regular here with us on the 3FM Sunrise. He's joined us via the phone this morning as well for a quick chat. Mr. Kuti, good morning to you, and I trust that you're well.
Good morning, my brother, and very good morning to your production team, to our listeners. In fact, God has been so merciful this morning. I'm doing so great.
Just at the tail end of that insert of the minister, he made a very profound statement about caution and citizens exercising caution. At the heart of this really is a conversation about personal security and possible national security implications as to what it is that we witnessed. What are your own readings into what has played out and the task to have some justice done for these women?
Well, thank you for having me once again. In fact, I find first and foremost the Minister of Communications statement very, very, very unfortunate. To me, I see his statement as a complete slap on the faces of all of us. What is he talking about? Protection when the crime has already been committed? What was the state doing? The fact is, the facts are what they are. If the state let its citizens down on the altar of politics, these are some of the statements that you get. And I'm not surprised this is coming from the communication minister, which is apparently a politician. His position is by appointment, is that not it? What is the extradition treaty between Ghana and Russia? What was the cyber security and by extension his ministry doing? We have the National Signal Bureau, is that not it? A citizen coming from Russia, there's no any form of screening at our airports. There's no any surveillance put on this young gentleman to see why he's in the country. And after the act has been committed, we come and release big presses and release big statements like this, as if those statements can even bite. I will stop at this and challenge you as media houses that in 3 to 6 months' time, go back to some judge over these comments he has made. He'll be running away from it. These are the issues. I think our national security has to sit up. I don't blame these girls at all for whatever happened. It is the state that has let these girls down. In a proper, securitized, and functioning democracy, this gentleman should have been under surveillance. What is the use of the cyber the Signal Bureau. We wasted taxpayers' money to set up this bureau just to do counter surveillance on our political opponents. Is that what it was set up for? Go to countries like Azerbaijan, just here, and you will see how they screen citizens at the airport and how they put them under surveillance. Even China here, that is so overpopulated. This thing couldn't have easily gone through in China. They will surveil and see what your motives are. And you see, in this country, look at the economic hardships that majority of us are going through. Any of the girls who are pontificating on social media, Ghanaian girls have let us down, they are cheap and what have you. They would have fallen victim to it. Because you know the colonial mentality of our ladies meeting their wives and feeling that they've met their accord. So the state principally has let these girls down, and it's not the fault of the girls. And what the communication minister is saying, it will amount to nothing. The best and what he can do is to make sure that the videos cannot be broadcast here in Ghana. But even that, if you have VPN, you can overpass all these things. So the harm is already done. We have to take stock of our security and make sure that it doesn't repeat itself, and make sure that when we see certain characters entering into our country, we have to be interested in their motives of being into the country. For the fact that it's coming to Russia, it doesn't mean anything, but the state should be interested. What is it really coming to Ghana to do? And look at the geopolitical dynamics between Russians and the West over their competition over our natural resources. Why do you just allow foreigners to just come into the country and do as they wish and go away, and we'll be doing this kind of media gymnastics in the name of political expediency as if we are intentional about what we are talking about? So to me, the harm is done, unfortunately, and it's the country's image that has been dented internationally. And any other thing the minister is talking about will come to nothing. And mark my word, it will come to nothing. He's talking about trying this gentleman in absentia. If you try it in absentia, what is he coming to your country to do? He's a first timer in Ghana, is that not it? And we're not interested in what he was coming here to do. Now he has caused the damage and gone. You are talking about wasting taxpayers' money to try a foreign national you don't have extradition treaty with in absentia. How are you going to get him?
Right.
So the minister must take Ghanaians serious. It's a serious national security failure, and the country have let its citizens and by extension these vulnerable girls down.
I hear you on the fact that you don't expect a lot to come out of this, but on your last leg, in terms of what you've been saying, national security failure and implications, of what grand scale can we put this? On what scale can we put this, the fact that an individual could waltz into the country, and possibly which other groupings or individuals are in this country as we speak and are doing as they may please, harming our national security at this particular point in time?
See, if you look at international protocols, there are categories of visitors we rate when you are entering and leaving the country. A first-timer, there are different categories you place first-timers, second-timers, and those who have entered multiple times. But I'm not sure that is the case in this country. If that was the case, I'm not sure this thing would have happened in the first place. If national security has put surveillance on this man for just 1 week, they would have seen that, why is this man talking to girls at various points? What is his interest and those kind of things? So in that way, you can even plant some of the girls as modes where those girls can go underground, they can be approached by the same man, they know what he does and those kind of things. And this man would have been arrested in the act. That way, we would have been talking about a different thing now. But this country, politics have so divided us that it has even permeated our security architecture institutions. When there are change of government, you see more heads of security institutions going home. It doesn't breed continuity, and it's the country that suffers. So I always say this thing about independence of our state institutions. It's about time as a country we have a very serious conversation about our security architecture, such that their tenure of office is not conterminous to government leaving office and coming. Even look at the kind of appointments we do to our security architecture. Somebody who doesn't have any security background because of political expediency, you put a person there. Even look at our ambassadors, how we appoint our ambassadors. Look at how countries who are conscious about security appoint their ambassadors. If they are posting you to countries where there are security challenges, they often look for intelligence or career intelligence officers or retired senior military officers. Is it the case in our part of the world? No. So in this country, this man is not alone. There are many such men in Ghana, except that it doesn't come to the fore like this guy has done. Let's assume that this guy hadn't been so greedy to go to Telegram to publish these images for commercial purposes. We wouldn't have known. You go to many porn sites, especially there are porn sites like Leaks in Ghana and those kind of things. You see innocent girls who don't even know that images and videos are on the internet. And this thing is a complete failure on the part of the state, because we pay taxes, we give responsibility to people to think for us, to protect me and you. So when they go to sleep and some of these things are happening, whom do you blame? It's the state, not these vulnerable girls. And if you look at the girls, many of them, about 99% of their motives were for economic gain. And unfortunately, that is the reality we face as a country. So the earlier we have a conversation about it, the better. And another thing we need to look at is how we can be conscious as citizens in terms of security. Look, if you look at many countries, let's say from GSS, SS to university levels, students are taught to look out for things and be patriotic to their country. And there are lines of communication they can easily pass this information for security agencies to act upon. But look at even our fight against terrorism, the joke we made out of it. When we brought this program called See Something, Say Something, look at the person they put as the ambassador to such a sensitive program. You see, so we must be, when it comes to certain things like security, education, we should put politics aside, because it goes at the fiber of the country and the direction we are heading towards. In fact, if we don't do self-retrospection and do a reverse gear and correct some of these things, we'll just be there one day and people will take over this country and we don't even know how it has happened. You realize yesterday we were talking about our citizens being attacked in Burkina Faso. 7 people have been killed.
Absolutely.
Cars burnt and those kind of things. Common tomatoes as a country, we cannot even cultivate tomatoes in Ghana. We have to put our citizens' life at risk to go to Burkina Faso to bring us tomatoes. And there's one thing we don't look at. Those citizens, even though they are making money for themselves, they are contributing a lot to the country. And the country must protect. They are going to Burkina Faso and back, given that side routes are littered with violent extremist groups. Just imagine if there's shortage of tomatoes in Ghana or shortage of onions in Ghana. Look at the food security risks is going to bring and the upheaval this country is going to suffer. So as a country, I always say that we are naked, except that it's just by the act of God we are all living. And many of us take our personal security serious because you can't rely on the state for any form of protection.
And that's the last part I'm going to come to, that in instances where you have spoken to present challenges with respect to the state being able to protect the ordinary Ghanaian, what can individuals on their own as well do to prevent situations like this? Because outside of Yatoslav, who has brought this conversation to the front burner, there are others who've suffered same and will continue to suffer same and will be in need of an understanding as to what personal security measures possibly they can take to prevent being victims of such a situation.
You see, Marina, it's a symbiotic kind of relationship. There's an economic mix here. Until we can find sustainable jobs for our youth, this phenomenon will continue. It's just like the prostitutes we find on our streets. If you interview many of them, it's for economic reasons. Many have left their countries and they have come to safe haven in Ghana and they are practicing it. And unfortunately, most of our girls are in there. Now, if the state is not putting the necessary mechanism in place such that the citizens can respond, what really can the citizen do? Look at even we have petty crimes. It's so huge. What systems do we even have in this country to protect informants? More often than not, informants are exposed. The other layer is that sometimes you even call the lines. They say that when you are in danger, you call and no one picks. So to the extent that we can fix some of these things on the part of the state, there's really the citizens can really do, because security is very expensive. It's only the very privileged ones who can take steps to protect themselves. These young girls, let me tell you, their history of girls who have met white men and they eventually end up marrying, some taking them abroad, and they are doing well. So that has sunk into the psyche of these girls that, look, I'm also praying to get my Obroni. You see one of the videos when the gentleman went to the church, you heard what the girl said, that her pastor has prophesied to her that a white man was going to marry her. So you see that to marry a white man in this country is a trophy. So when she met a white man, she didn't blink. She felt that, oh, that prophecy have come to pass. So you see the myriad of problems we have as a society, there are one too many. And they come in different shapes and forms. That's why I'm saying that we have to go back to the basics and reorient ourselves. Beyond orientation, we will talk and talk and talk, and then this thing will not happen. Look, I was listening to a story about a bank manager who sold everything he has in Ghana and took a visa to UK. And he's a factory worker there, and he was lamenting. Now, this young man, if you had told him that, no, abroad is not that juicy as you see it, it's not that monies are on the street you go and pluck, he will not understand. He will say, if it's not good, why are others going and coming and they are bogus and they have money? So, as a country, I think the Ministry of Gender, in particular, has a lot of things to do. They need to roll out educational programs, especially in our schools, organize concerts, not concerts to promote products like we see when Shatawale and Co will gather crowds and use such platforms to educate our girls to understand that the system is not what it used to be. And I always have this thing to say security-wise. Africa, if we don't take our destiny into our own hands, and we still have the colonial mentality that someone must come and fix our problem for us, then we are late in the day. Just look at the Ukraine war as an example. Look at where Ukraine is. Why do you think Europe and America is interested in Ukraine? Because of the geopolitics. So Africa must come to the realization that why do they think that the white man is interested in Africa? Is it do they think that they want Africa to develop like they are, or they are interested in our resources? And it brings another layer, Mawina. Look at how we follow trends, modernity. We want to consume goods we don't even produce. Once you don't produce, how do you grow economically? Now, Africa countries are discovering oil. The Western worlds have come up with a caveat that now we have to transition to electric vehicles because of environmental concerns and things. So if we all have to switch to electric vehicles, what will be the use of the oil we are discovering in Africa? Unfortunately, our African leaders are promoting this caveat. Meanwhile, U.S. is seeing those things as a scam. And Donald Trump has come out to pull United States for many of these environmental pacts. So in Africa, in fact, it's only God who is our security. What we practice here is not security.
Right then. Mr. Kuting, I appreciate you speaking to us this morning on this very complicated matter. Hopefully there is some respite and some legal action, particularly for the women as well, is taken to protect and safeguard.
There's no respite in this matter. Those legal things they are mounting, to what effect? Is it going to lead to some form of compensation to our girls? No. So it's a complete waste of the taxpayers' money. And don't forget, they'll treat it as a criminal case. The Republic versus the runaway Russian man. Is that not it? And go and look at the cost in prosecuting a criminal case on behalf of the Republic. How is that going to benefit these innocent girls when the state let these very girls down? So let's be intentional and serious as a country. There's no respite here.
Right. Mr. Kuting, I appreciate you speaking to us this morning.
Most grateful, Mario.
That's Emmanuel Kuting. He is the Executive Director of the Africa Center for Peace and Security, speaking to us this morning on this very, very, very complicated matter. I was seeking to get a legal perspective as well on this. Because there's a mention of extradition, right? And is that a possibility? Is the question being asked, and what this could mean as well? But I understand we're scheduled to engage a lawyer, but unfortunately our calls to him presently have not been answered. We'll seek to bring you that perspective as well on this particular matter if you stay with us here on the 3FM Sun. Sixers, there we have it in terms of the reactions to this development.
Yes.
From security analyst Emmanuel Kuting. He says, look, this is a failure on national security. It's a huge disappointment on that score, and doesn't expect a lot to happen. But at the heart and center of this, in terms of the legal argument, is an invasion of privacy and a breach of the Cybersecurity Authority Act. Then there's a mention as well of extradition. We don't have any extradition laws. In fact, I've been reading from social media some persons who have some working knowledge, right? I will put it as working knowledge of the Russian constitution. They do not engage in the business of extradition with any country whatsoever. And so that also leaves us a bit sore in the quest to have him brought back to answer questions. And mind you, Yaroslav was not only in Ghana, he was in Kenya and some other African countries where he was engaged in this same activity.
Yes, I think the minister advocated strongly what the state should be doing, and maybe the starting point would be to say that even though this offense are cybersecurity laws, it shouldn't just be the communications minister we see in this. I think that we should see our national security architecture at full play in this matter. Interior Ministry at full play in this matter. I think that we should also be seeing the Foreign Affairs Ministry at full play in this matter. I am one of those who don't take this lightly. I don't think that it is it should be reduced to the decision of a young lady to meet a young man in a hotel somewhere, and for them to do or did not do whatever they did or didn't do. That is really not my concern. I think that beyond that, deep-seated in this whole issue, and beyond all the jest that we are making on social media, are real issues that we should be looking at. There are the bread and butter issues, there are the security, personal security issues, there are the national security issues, there are the human rights issues, there are the human rights issues. So I followed the communications ministry up to the point that he said he has extended an invitation to the Russian mission in Ghana, inviting them to a sit down to see how they can cooperate in getting some action done in this. And I agree with him, because there are also other forces at play. You can't just say, if the gentleman was still in Ghana, different. He could have been arrested, then Russia would then start the firefighting. As it stands now, he's not in the jurisdiction. So we are firefighting.
There's a suggestion, I don't know how true it is, that this is actually not even a recent development and it could have taken place a year or so ago.
Yes. That is what my reading has also told me, that this thing happened last week or last month or late last year. It's been quite a while. That is what my reading tells me.
Yeah.
So to what extent can we get action can the state act in this matter? And yes, the issue of extradition, as the minister has mentioned, is one that has raised serious concerns, because we know that Russia does not extradite its citizens, will not extradite its citizens under any circumstance.
Yeah.
Well, it is said that where there are exceptional circumstances, and these must be extreme, serious circumstances under which Russia will choke or throw its citizen under the bus, if you like. Some states are eager to. Well, you've gone to commit crime, they are coming for you. Go. But the Russian people will not do that. So, but of course, there are always in diplomacy, there are always ways and means. You have something, I need something. This will quell this backlash in my country. you also need this from me to do this in your country. Let's come to an agreement. Let's do. So it's also not an impossibility, even though we know that, yes, it is not something that Russia does. We don't have or may not have a treaty with Russia, an extradition treaty with Russia, but this is not undoable. It's not impossible. I think we should look at it from that angle, because, like I said, there are all angles, a lot of angles that we should be looking at this from. If we come to the rights, the human rights aspects of it, these are women. Even if I agreed to come with you to your hotel room, it doesn't give you the right to record me.
Absolutely, it's the recording bits.
The right to record me. Even if I agreed to lay in your bed with you for the first night that we met, yes,
that's
leave my morality between me and my God.
As for morality, it's not a subject matter for conversation.
Yes, but it does not give you the right to record me without my permission. And it is not to say that, when you were recording, he was smiling, and so he consented. No.
Even
even
if the person consented to you recording,
sharing,
they didn't consent
matter.
To you sharing.
Sharing it. So there are layers to this that we should all be interested in. I mean, I followed the social media conversation, and I'm surprised that
there's a bit more in terms of education that is needed on some of these matters.
On some of these things. That is true, because social media is more about the condemnation, more about the somebody even said, well, if Ghana boy had appeared at Accra Mall, the frontage of Accra Mall, and had stopped some of these ladies,
they would have rejected
him, and so serves them right, because it's the color of the skin that they saw, and they were chasing money. Well, that is how you look at it. Every lady has the right to say no to any man he doesn't want to say yes to. That is the starting point for all of us. The person has the right to say no. It doesn't matter how handsome you are, how rich you are, the person can say no. And once the person says no, that no must be the no. Number two, the fact that the person agreed or said yes to somebody with a white skin does not mean that the lady is cheap or does not regard the men with black skin pigments. That is not what it means. It could mean other things, but it does not necessarily mean that the person is rejecting you. Number three, the fact that she said yes, come with me, then she starts following him, does not mean that the guy has the standing consent to do any and every other thing. Our laws have ruled that even, and this is from the Supreme Court, that even at the point that you are, and I'm going to say something that people may not be comfortable with, at the time that you are thrusting, you are in and out of the lady, and she says stop, that word
consent
stop
ends there.
Revokes the consent, the initial consent that she gave you to enter. So the moment she says stop, if you are already in, you have to come out. If you are out, you don't go back in. It's a very it's a very clear and dangerous law that we have. Dangerous to men, but that is what it is. And so it does not mean that the fact that she followed you to your hotel room does not mean that, it must happen. She can enter your hotel room, even be naked, but you don't have the consent, her consent to, or her permission to. Let's be using permission so that we all understand that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have her permission to. And so long as you don't have her permission to enter her, that is that you cannot enter her. It's like that. So long as you don't have a permission to record her, you cannot record her. So long as you don't have a permission to share a recording, even if you do record, you cannot share. And to the extent that you are making money out of it, that is another layer. So how many have we counted? recording without permission, sharing without permission,
Absolutely.
making money from it. That's in the realm of pornography.
Absolutely.
So you can check the layers. And yes, I mean, life would have been so much easier if the Russian, what's the term again? Balthazar. If he was still in Ghana, life would have been so much easier for both the victims and the state. Would have given us an opportunity to test our law, to see how, to what extent the courts would indulge or stretch our law. I mean, that wouldn't have been. But the man is out. And so that is why I said that we need all of those other ministries to coordinate to be able to get some action on this. There's also the question that has been asked whether the ministry, not the ministry, the Cybersecurity Authority, the NCA, and the Communications Ministry at large, I don't know which agency specifically to put this on, whether they cannot even pull down these videos or block these videos. That's also a question that we're looking to ask the agency, to see what can we also do whilst waiting to deal with the legality of it. Can't we just pull down the videos? Can't we block it? Can't we ensure that the circulation on social media stops, the circulation on WhatsApp stops? Is that impossible? So that, I mean, I understand that marriages have started breaking.
I don't want to speak to those because...
No. It's a consequence of the act. And whether we like it or not, we cannot hide that one. It is a consequence of the act. And it is one of the things that will come up strongly and stretch this conversation. I have been reading about one particular one that says that it's a real estate dealer. And as for her only intention for going into or following the man to the apartment
also because he
was
had
to go and
expressed
sell
interest in
an apartment, and that nothing happened. When she realized that this was what the man was up to, she told him off, took her transport from him, and went back to his office. And at every stage, according to what I read, the lady kept informing her boss and some of her colleagues at the office. So in a situation like this, how do you say, holding that is the truth, the story holds true, how do you hold this lady to the same measure or standard as the rest of them, to issue a blanket condemnation of all? So the appeal also would be that let us stop, the mockery on this matter. And mind you sharing it, yes, you sharing it from one WhatsApp platform to the other, you are also breaking the law.
Absolutely, that needs to be stated.
You are also breaking the law. You are sharing it from one WhatsApp platform to the other, from one Facebook page to the other, from one TikTok or Snap or X, or you are also breaking the law. In fact, it's possible that there is somebody who has not even seen the video, but for your sharing of it. So let's help. There are little ways that we can all help our sisters who are victims of this. I mean, I have also seen one video that the lady says, mine is not part of the ones you are all seeing, but it may come out. So let me take the lead to say, I am sorry.
Do damage control and all of that.
Yes, to say, I am sorry. Forgive me. You don't know what I am going through. You don't know why I went there. All I can say is, I'm sorry. People will be traumatized if they already are not. Marriages will be broken if they already are not. So let us help our sisters. Don't reshare. Even if the boys are saying, oh, make us see, make you not see them.
Very important.
Don't share.
Very
don't
important.
Share. It is another way we can put a stop to this, because once you share, you are enabling it, you are propagating it, and you are further publishing So please, don't share it.
Right. DJ Phil, I'll need some calming
But when
music.
he started with that song, the song you played just after.
Choice in terms
You
of,
know Atia Donko.
is it the episode song or which one?
I don't know whose song it is.
What? How does it go? Like?
I say Atia Donko.
Yeah. I think I know that one. I know that song as well.
You know the song.
Yeah, I know the song. I know the song. Right. And Ghana's been leading the charge since the days of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in pushing for reparations for the African continent for the centuries-long ordeal of slave trade. And the entire continent has backed Ghana's decision to put before the United Nations a resolution pushing for reparations be paid to the African continent. Here's the president, John Dramani Mahama, speaking to that all-important news conference yesterday.
All the assemblies, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union adopted Decision 884, declaring 2025 as the year of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. Reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and apartheid were designated as a flagship priority of our union. In line with that decision, I was entrusted with the mandate to serve as African Union champion for reparations. This is not merely a title, it's a solemn obligation to pursue truth, recognition, and justice for our ancestors and for generations yet unborn. At the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025, I announced that Ghana would lead the effort to table a resolution declaring slavery and the transatlantic slave trade as the gravest crime against humanity. That commitment marked the beginning of a structured diplomatic and legal process. I directed the Minister of Foreign Affairs to establish a high-level committee to coordinate consultations, refine the legal framework, and prepare a draft text consistent with international law and diplomatic practice. Today, I'm pleased to report significant progress. The initiative is firmly grounded in international law. Slavery is prohibited under international law as a peremptory norm, a jus cogens principle from which no derogation is permitted. The resolution builds upon this legal foundation and rests on three pillars. First is historical accuracy, second is legal defensibility, and third is continental and diaspora alignment. We've ensured that the text of this resolution reflects rigorous scholarship, moral clarity, and diplomatic credibility. Ghana has undertaken extensive consultations to strengthen the resolution. We've engaged with the ECOWAS, we've engaged with UNESCO, the Global Group of Experts on Reparations, the Pan-African Lawyers Union, academic institutions, the African Union Committee of Experts on Reparations, and the African Union Legal Experts Reference Group. We hosted the inaugural joint meeting of the African Union Committee of Experts on Reparations and the African Union Legal Experts Reference Group in Accra earlier this month to further refine the text of the resolution. We also began engagement with the diaspora at the Ghana Diaspora Summit held in December last year. This has been inclusive, deliberate, and consultative. Following expert consultations, the title has been refined to read Declaration, and I quote, Declaration of the Trafficking in Enslaved Africans and Racialized Chattel Enslavement of Africans as the Gravest Crime Against Humanity. This language is precise. It recognizes the systematic trafficking of millions of Africans, the racialized and institutionalized nature of chattel enslavement, the unprecedented scale and enduring consequences of these crimes. Precision in language strengthens precision in justice. At the recent African Union Summit, the Executive Council recommended the endorsement of this resolution. I'm pleased to inform you that the Assembly of Heads of State and Government adopted that decision by consensus at this 39th ordinary session. This gives Ghana a clear and unified continental mandate. Our next major engagement will be at the 50th regular meeting of CARICOM later this month. The Caribbean and Africa share a deeply intertwined history, and their support will be pivotal to the tabling of this resolution. Beginning 20th February 2026, Ghana will conduct intensive diplomatic engagements in New York with CARICOM, the Non-Aligned Movement, the Group of 77 in China, the European Union, and other regional groupings. Informal consultations on the draft text are expected to take place between 23rd February and 12th March 2026. Our objective is simple: to build a broad consensus behind this resolution. The initiative is not directed at any nation. It is directed towards truth, recognition, and reconciliation. On 24th March, Ghana will host a high-level side event at the United Nations, followed by a wreath-laying ceremony at the African Burial Ground National Museum in New York. And on 25th March 2026, the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade, Ghana, together with co-sponsors and with the endorsement of the African Union, will formally table the resolution before the General Assembly. Let me emphasize, the General Assembly. I think there was a mistake when the chairman said the Security Council. It's the General Assembly. The date is intentional because it connects memory with action. We call upon all member states to support and co-sponsor this resolution. The adoption of this resolution will not erase history, but it will acknowledge it. The trafficking in enslaved Africans and racialized chattel enslavement were foundational crimes that have shaped the modern world, and their consequences continue to manifest in structural inequality, racial discrimination, and economic disparity. Recognition is not about division, it is about moral courage. Adoption of the resolution will not be the end. Following the adoption, Ghana will continue engagement with the United Nations Secretary General, the African Union Commission, relevant UN bodies, and interested member states. This is about a sustained dialogue on reparatory justice and healing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this initiative presents us a historic opportunity, an opportunity to affirm the truth of our history, an opportunity to recognize the gravest injustice in human history, an opportunity to lay a stronger foundation for genuine reconciliation and equality. While the past cannot be undone, it can be acknowledged, and acknowledgement is the first step towards justice. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Colleagues,
and that is President John Dramani Mahama speaking from there in that brief press address, explaining the country's position and the entirety of the African continent's position as well on reparations to be paid to us here in Africa. It's been supported by the entire African Union, and that will be put before the UN General Assembly somewhere later this year.
And we get students visiting us.
Yes.
Yes, today we have students from Sunflower School.
Oh, that's interesting.
And the young lady you have here is an award-winning MC.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, your gig is in trouble.
I would like for it to be in trouble just because of her.
Uh-huh. What's your name?
Jigbodi, look towards me and then
yes.
speak. So get close to this.
So speak into the microphone.
Jigbodi Mauna Deku. Mawina. Ah.
You won't say it.
My namesake.
He is also Mawina.
I'm also Mawina. My name is Mawina Egbeta. Mawina Koku Egbeta.
There no a chance for Ghana. What's your stage name?
3FM.
MCQT.
MCQT. Jibodi, I want you to do something for us. So, let's say you are like do something for us. I want to, so that I'll give her the.
No, she said she only MCs during Christmas, and Christmas is long past. So,
but you were MCing during Christmas, Jibodi?
Yes, please.
At church or in school?
In school.
In school. How was it like for you?
Good.
It was good, huh? So what did you say when you were on stage, when your colleagues and everybody was watching? Hmm?
She's referring to her notes.
I'm sure she'll remember.
MCQT.
MCQT.
Feel free, relax, okay?
Yo.
Relax, okay?
You remember, don't worry. MCQT.
So what kind of events do you MC?
Christmas and Easter.
Christmas, Easter. Do you MC any programs at school?
Yes, please.
Which one? The speech and prize? Carol service?
Carol
service. Oh.
Carol service.
So how did you MC that?
MCQT.
By using a paper.
Okay, so you had a
that's a
piece
program
of paper,
outline.
Yeah.
MCQT is, she's
Like,
assessing the environment.
Yeah, because the entire country is listening to her as well, and everybody.
How old are you?
5 years old.
Huh?
Oh wow!
Fine.
So which school are you?
Sunflower.
We are in class 1.
And you're already MCing huge events, Carol service, and what have you. It will be lovely to have you join us every now and then, MCQT, so that you do a thing or two for us when we are doing our events. What do you say?
Okay. So what is your school doing here today?
Having a trip.
Huh?
Having a trip.
You're having a trip. What are you hoping to see on the trip?
Yeah, she's a bit shy.
DJ Bomenyom.
She's a bit shy. If we had,
or we should let MCQT do the birthdays for us.
Yes, I want her to wish Mutala Yakubu
the birthday.
His birthday today.
Oh yes, yes, we can do that.
You want to do that for us, MCQT? Mutala Yakubu, you want to wish him a happy birthday today? Today's his birthday. What do you want to say to him on his birthday? All right, so a happy birthday to Mutala Yakubu from us, and then our very young MCQT who's in studio with us this morning as well. We're wishing you a fantastic birthday filled with God's goodness, love from all of us here at 3FM TV3, from your friends in the Beta Rawa group as well, friends from the Ghana Institute of Journalism, as it was then, your year group and everybody. We wish you a happy birthday, and we are asking,
and from the other friends too,
we are asking that you stay strong as well during this difficult moment as well. Happy birthday to you, Mutala Yakubu. MCQT, any last words, anything you want to say to all the people who are listening to you, who are so fascinated by what you do?
Your colleagues in school, yes. Your teachers.
You want to say hello to anybody?
To them?
Yes, please.
Okay. You have, the floor is yours. The microphone is yours. Just say anything to them, your friends and everybody.
I know they are fine.
You know they are fine. All right. Thank you very much, MCQT. And all of your colleagues as well who are in the corner waving at us and all of that, watching us. Thank you very much for coming and bringing us MCQT as well. It's been lovely getting to know you as well.
In fact, she will visit us again.
Yeah. Most certainly.
Visit us again.
Most certainly.
We'll do one of the Friday sessions with MCQT.
Look forward to it. DJ Phil. After seeing MCQT, right?
I need for you to pack your bags because you're going out home with me. You should just wait.
But from all of us to the Sunflowers team as well and all of the students, thank you very much for coming round. We're back again tomorrow, God willing, with another exciting edition of the 3FM Sunrise. Noura Mohammed is up next with the news update here.